Well, good morning.
Good morning.
We'll call the meeting to order, and I'd like to invite Deacon Fred Castillo with Our Lady of Perpetual Help Catholic Church to lead us in the invocation, and then David Liefeld, Interim Director of Solid Waste Services, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Deacon?
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor McComb, council members. Thank you for allowing me to be here to pray with you, and may we bow our heads in prayer. Almighty God, we are gathered here today to serve you and to conduct the affairs of the city of Corpus Christi, the body of Christ. Give us the knowledge and strength to know your will with proper balance of eternal values and present the needs for those we serve in this city. May we accept our responsibilities and act with courage, considering the feelings of other people. We desire justice for all. Enable us to uphold the rights of others. Do not allow us to be misled by ignorance or corrupted by fear or favor. As we gather in your name, may we temper justice with love, so that all our discussions and reflections may be pleasing to you and earn the reward promised to good and faithful servants. Grant us justice and stewardship both now and forever. Amen.
Thank you.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have several proclamations and some swearing-ins today, so we'll get started. We'll come down. The first one will be the Coastal Bend Walk and Roll celebration for Disability Awareness Day. If you're the first one on that, well, if you'll make your way down, I'll meet you down here.
Oh, Mayor, also we need to just do roll call real quick, please.
Oh, I apologize, Ms.
No
Wirt. I'm excited. I saw those little Astros out there. And I tell you, if you could have been in our perspective to see these guys up there with their caps over their hearts, I tell you, it was a moment to remember. So thank you guys very much. Ms. Wirt, I'm going to answer here on the roll call and walk down while you call the rest.
Okay. Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Everett Roy.
Here.
Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right, I'm going to ask Councilman Rudy Garza to come down and help me with this one on the Coastal Bend Walk and Roll celebration for Disability Awareness Day. If you're here for that, if you'll come on down.
Good morning, Mayor. How you doing?
I think all right.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month and National White Cane Day, October 15, 2019, to be honored by the 11th Annual Coastal Bend Walk and Roll celebration on Saturday, September the 28th, 2019. It's hosted by the Coastal Bend Adaptive Sports, that's CBAS, and community partners. The 2019 Coastal Bend Walk and Roll celebration is proud to designate this year's theme as Inclusion Works. Maclovio Perez, broadcast meteorologist for KRS 6 News at Sunrise and a distinguished member of the Coastal Bend community, will serve as chair. The Coastal Bend is home to over 111,000 individuals of all ages, races, and different walks of life affected by a disability, visible or not. The Coastal Bend Walk and Roll celebration, in existence since 2009, has brought together local branches of organizations such as My Team Triumph, Wings of Texas, the South Texas Lighthouse for the Blind, Deaf, and Hard of Hearing Center, the Workforce Solutions of the Coastal Bend, the Coastal Bend Regional Transportation Authority, the City of Corpus Christi, and the city's Committee for Persons with Disabilities, and other such community advocates and resources.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim September 28, 2019 Coastal Bend Walk and Roll Celebration for Disability Awareness Day in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to celebrate the vital contributions made by persons with disabilities in today's workforce. And I'd like to give you this proclamation and ask for you to say a couple of words to it. Introduce yourself.
My name is Laura Gonzalez. I am with the Committee for the Coastal Bend Walk and Roll Celebration. And we do commemorate the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, now in its 29th year. And we also remind everybody that National Disability Employment Awareness is in October. So going with our theme, Inclusion Works, we just want to remind everybody that people with disabilities do belong in our community. They are part of the community, and it would be great to employ them and include them, and just not forget that they are still able to do things. And we invite everybody to join us September 28th. 6:30 is registration, and 8 we kick off our walk with a little presentation. Before, come join us, help us raise awareness for people with disabilities.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the work you're doing. Give them a hand, and then we'll get a picture here. Just one thing.
Look out, look out. 1, 2, 3. Okay, kind of.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here.
All right, if you're here in celebration and recognition of National Night Out, if you'll join me down here in the front. I hope you don't have any outstanding warrants. On this one, I've asked Councilman Greg Smith to help me with this one.
Thanks, everybody, men and women. Appreciate it. This is the National Night Out. The National Association of Town Watch has announced the 36th annual National Night Out program will take place Tuesday, October 1st, 2019. National Night Out is designated to heighten crime and drug prevention awareness, generate support for and participation in local anti-crime programs. Go get them, guys. Strengthen neighborhood spirit and police community partnerships, and send a message to criminals letting them know that neighborhoods are organized and fighting back. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate this department strengthening the neighborhood spirit and anti-crime. You're reaching out to the public. I think we're one of the best departments in this country. Thank you. Many Corpus Christi neighborhoods, along with most cities and towns, now celebrate National Night Out with a variety of special citywide and neighborhood events such as block parties, cookouts, parades, festivals, visits from local law enforcement, safety fairs, and youth events. It is vital that all citizens of Corpus Christi be aware of the importance of crime prevention programs and the impact that their participation can have on reducing crimes, drugs, violence in our neighborhoods.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October the 1st, 2019 National Night Out in Corpus Christi and encourage all citizens to join their neighbors and law enforcement organizations and the National Association of Town Watch in supporting the 36th Annual National Night Out. Thank you for what you do, and we appreciate it very much. And who's the spokesman for the group this year? All right.
Hello, my name is Senior Officer Jose Flores with the Corpus Christi Police Department. On behalf of the department, we would like to welcome everybody to come out to our National Night Out kickoff event, which will be held October 1st from 4 to 6 p.m. in the parking lot of Academy. We're going to have a lot of stuff out there, goodies for the kids, free ice cream. We're going to have our trucks. This will be the kickoff for us to actually get out into the neighborhoods. And our goal this year, as in every year, is to not only be out in our community, but bridge the gap between our community and ourselves, empowering you as a community to give us what we need to protect you and the tools to provide the services that you need. So we welcome again everybody to come out October 1st, 4 to 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give them a hand for what they do. Kind of gather up and we'll get a picture.
Turn then, since you're in the middle. I was in the middle, not anymore.
We all fight. Let's bring it on.
He's missing.
I know.
Ready? 1, 2.
Thanks, guys.
Mayor Pink, I'm coming down.
Thank you. Hey, thanks again for what you do. How you doing? Appreciate you. Appreciate you, sorry. Appreciate you guys. Yes, sir. Thank you. How you doing? Hey, yes. All right, Chief.
All right, our next proclamation is for the Coastal Bend Day of Pink. If you're here for that, come on down. This is, I think probably everyone here can identify directly or indirectly with this effort. If your family hadn't been touched directly, it probably has been indirectly by friends or others, and so it's something we really want to pay a lot of attention to. And so when we get them, oh my. At the end of the day, we're going to take a vote and see which one of these ladies gets to put this bow in her hair. Okay. The unfortunate statistics are that 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in her lifetime, and more than 17,921 women in Texas will be diagnosed with and treated for breast cancer in 2019. During this month, we stand for those facing breast cancer diagnosis, and we take a moment to thank our family and friends who tirelessly lend their support. We also pause to reflect on those who have lost to this terrible disease by raising awareness and supporting research, prevention, and early detection. We will move closer to eradicating that disease. During the Coastal Bend Day of Pink, hosted by Radiology Associates, LLP, Coastal Bend Wellness Foundation, Breast Friends, Downtown Management District, Corpus Christi Marina, citizens, businesses, and organizations throughout the Coastal Bend, we will band together to draw attention and increase awareness of breast cancer. Companies and organizations, big and small, will show their dedication to the cause by having their employees pink out by wearing pink or the official Coastal Bend Day of Pink t-shirts. Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October 18, 2019, Coastal Bend Day of Pink in Corpus Christi and surrounding areas, and urge our citizens to join in the pink out on the Coastal Bend Day of Pink for breast cancer awareness. And we want to thank you all for what you're doing and the effort you're making. I think all of us, like I said, have been touched either directly or indirectly by this. And the harder we work, the quicker we're going to get to a cure. And so we appreciate all your efforts. And who's the spokeslady for this? All right, I'm going to give you that proclamation and ask you to say a few words.
Thank you so much. My name is Jeannie Anthony, and I'm with Radiology Associates. So on behalf of Radiology Associates, we'd like to thank you for declaring Friday, October 18th as the Coastal Bend Day of Pink. We encourage everyone to pink out that day and wear pink in honor of those who have survived breast cancer, those who are being affected by it currently, and anyone that you'd like to remember. Thank you. We'd also like to thank the Downtown Management District, the Marina, Breast Friends, and also the Mayor's Office, Elizabeth, who've helped us pink out the city.
With the Downtown Management District, we're just very excited to contribute to this day by decorating our downtown with these pink bows in commemoration and honor of those that have survived and those that we've lost to breast cancer.
Yes, I'm here representing Breast Friends, and Breast Friends celebrates those who are survivors by maintaining their balance and getting them back to a normalcy. We are the only organization in South Texas that offers prosthetics for those who are survivors. Our program is 100% free and is dependent on the generosity of the community. And all of these ladies up here will help us continue doing what we do, which is provide prosthetics for women who need them. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Let's give them another hand for what they do, and then we'll get a picture here.
I forgot. Yes. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Alyssa. Oh, God.
2 days now.
All right. Our next one, Councilwoman Guajardo will help me with this one. It's National Childhood Cancer Awareness Heroes in Disguise Month. I'll tell you, cancer is a non-discriminatory beast. And I can tell you I've lost a mother and a father to cancer and a mother-in-law. So, and I've known children that have it. It's, we've got to keep working at it. We're going to whip it one of these days. And if you're here on behalf of the National Childhood Cancer Awareness Heroes in Disguise, if you'll come on down. Okay. Well, I don't know whether we got our dates mixed up, but we're going to have the proclamation, so.
Wow. Okay. Pediatric cancer is the leading cause of death by disease for children under the age of 15. Every day, 43 children are diagnosed with cancer, 12% of whom do not survive after being diagnosed. More than 40,000 children undergo treatment for cancer every year, and 60% of children who survive cancer suffer late effects such as infertility, heart failure, and secondary cancers. The average cost of a stay in the hospital for a child with cancer is $40,000 per stay, a portion of which may be covered by insurance, although this extraordinary cost is only a portion of the financial burden faced by families with a child diagnosed with cancer. Families with a child diagnosed with cancer rely on the generous support of the community to help them keep their households running as normal as possible. Throughout the month of October, Texans are encouraged to be a hero in disguise by supporting families battling pediatric cancer and working to ease the burdens that they face while encouraging friends, family, and others to do the same.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October 2019 National Childhood Cancer Awareness Heroes in Disguise Month in Corpus Christi, and call upon all Corpus Christi residents to join forces and lend their strength to Texas families battling pediatric cancer. So we're sorry there was a mix-up, obviously, on the date that we were going to do this, but it's still an important, and if we have to do it again, that won't hurt a bit, because the more we talk about it, the more people will know about it. So if you get a chance, let's support these folks in their effort to address childhood cancer. Councilmember Netta's going to help me with this one, and we need to get a picture of this at these folks here. These are the T-ballers, the Astro T-ballers, and they won the Little League World Series. So we'll get a picture of this and we'll send it to Houston and tell them, all right, boys, we're starting at the local level where the hooks are. So we've done our part. You do yours out of Houston. So if you'll help. Oh, let's get, come on, guys, come on up here. And your coaches. You couldn't have gotten there without your coaches and your parents. Come on.
Parents are welcome.
Yeah. All right. Now, we got some parents out here that I know these coaches didn't corral all these people to the World Series by themselves. So if we got, are you want to wait and we'll get the picture in a moment after we, all right.
All righty. Well, congratulations on your team's outstanding achievements during the 2019 International Westsides IWS baseball season, in which the team not only compiled an undefeated season record, but also brought to Corpus Christi the first World Series championship gold medal in IWS history. The Astros won the Pony League Shetland Section Tournament, advancing them to the 2019 Pony League World Series in Youngsville, Louisiana. Despite daily challenges, struggles, and weather delays, they overcame adversity and advanced to the championship game. Even though they were down the entire game, they took the lead in the top of the 6th inning, and the Astros defense pulled through the bottom of the 6th inning and held them for the win as the Pony League World Series Shetland South Zone consolation champions. The strong work ethic, determination, respect shown for one another, and willingness to win throughout the season and postseason is noteworthy for the IWS Astros Shetland baseball team players. The entire city of Corpus Christi is very proud of your accomplishments, both on and off the field. Congratulations on a great season.
Let's give them a big hand. Man, that's great. All right, well, let me, we're going to give we have a little something for these fellas. If you'll raise your hand or step forward, I'll have the councilman give you a certificate of recognition of your outstanding work this year in winning the World Series. This is exciting for me. This is fun. All right, now if I mispronounce your name, will you forgive me if I mispronounce your name? All right, or should I just call you? Well, you don't. Oh yeah, you got your numbers on. Christopher Jaden Cruz. Now, let me just make one comment. My mother didn't, the only times my mother called my full name was when I was in trouble. So maybe I just need to go with their first name and their last name. I don't want to think they're in trouble if they get their whole name called. Julian Valdez. All right. Robert Gonzalez Jr. All right. Teofilo Sanchez III. All right. Ian Hernandez. Eric Salazar. Brielle Ruiz. This is the rose among the thorns on the team right here. So, Brielle, step out again so we can see. All right, there she goes. All right, there she is. Cristiano Herrera, or Huerta, excuse me. Isaac Cavazos. Brandon Gonzalez. Aiden Estrada. Aiden's not here, all right. Juan Livas II. Now the head coach, the grown-ups, Ruben Riojas, head coach. Sergio Hernandez, assistant head coach. Frank Valdez, the assistant coach. Roland Ayala, batting coach. He's it. All right. And Leslie Casas, team mom. What? Oh, you need to be, come on. All right, Rick Hernandez, International West Side Pony League Director. He's not here. Christopher Cruz, board member. And Robert Hernandez, board member. Robert's not here. All right, well, let's give these adults and young men a round of applause for a great job this year. Yeah. And if you would, I'd like to invite the parents, our brothers and sisters, if they'd come down and we'll stand behind the kids for a picture. This is a pretty proud moment. Oh.
Yeah, these are babies. And then they turn evil. And they turn evil slowly. I love them. A little quicker than others. Embrace them.
Send my daughter over to your house.
Yeah, I want her. Planning something for her. Hey, Coach, how you doing? I'm just waiting for the right thing for us to do.
See them all lined up there.
I know, they love their moms. Man. And then it's over. And then it's over.
And you're chasing the guy down the street with a shotgun.
Yeah.
Or they're getting chased.
Exactly. Yeah, I hope I'm really chasing. No. Yeah.
Congratulations.
They in school today?
Thank you, Coach.
Oh.
Yeah, show them your medal. Yes.
All right. Well, we wanted to get this done because We needed to get this done, so they got to go back to school. So if you need an excuse, let me know and I'll get the city manager to write you one. Or the police chief, or I'll have them both sign one. Okay, another important part of our city activity is having people in the community involved. And I'd like to call these folks up to be sworn in on the board or commission that they've been appointed. So if you're here, if you'll join me up front, I'd like to get you sworn in so you can begin to serve your service on the board or commission that you requested and were appointed to. Chris Mitchell, Community Youth Development Program Steering Committee. Verna Yanez, Community Youth Development Program Steering Committee. Laurie Turner, Corpus Christi Commission on Children and Youth. Carlton Williams, Flood Hazard Mitigation Information Committee. They may need you up in Houston. Mark Silva, Flood Hazard Mitigation Information Committee. And Sheila Downs, Flood Hazard Mitigation Information Committee. So we thank you for your willingness to serve. Now this will be real simple, I think. I'm going to say aye, and then I'll stop, and you say your name, and I'll state a phrase, and you repeat after me, and that'll be your, oh, we got some more coming. Got one more. All right, good. Okay, so if you raise your right hand and repeat after me, I, and state your name.
Lori Turner.
Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and of this city, so help me God. Well, thank you very much for your willingness to serve, and she will get you lined up, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you very much. Nice to see all of you. Oh yeah, we need to get a. Want to get you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Carlton, thanks for volunteering. Appreciate it.
This class of appointees.
Oh, no. I'm not a middle type guy.
Well, you look good in the middle.
Oh, she's working on it.
We're still.
Thank you again for your service and your willingness to serve. Appreciate it.
Okay. It's time for me to get a drink.
Okay, next on our agenda is the public comment period, and so we'll go to that. We've got it scheduled for 12 o'clock. So Ms. Huerta and Mr. Isley, if you'll go over the rules on public comment.
I'm going to summarize some of these rules a little bit. Comments are limited to city-related matters. There are no questions of council or staff. You should turn off your cell phones and no loud talking or other loud noises.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm City Secretary Rebecca Huerta. I'll be conducting the public comment period. I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting, so please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. You will not be allowed to speak again, however, when the council is considering the item. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. And once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, and then you can conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the city secretary. And with that, we'll start public comment. We do have 19 people signed up today. The first person on the list is Roland Garza. Well, it says Joe Ortiz or Roland Garza. Joe Ortiz. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Malachi McGreevy.
Good morning. I've never been here before. Good morning, Honorable Mayor, honorable members of the City Council.
Excuse me, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm familiar with the equipment. I'm making my comment in relation to agenda item number 5, Council Resolution number 190975. My name is Malachi McGreevy. I reside at 210 South Alameda Street, Corpus Christi. I'll begin by comment by quoting the Honorable Rudolph W. Giuliani, who published on Twitter September 9th, "Any city with a long-term homeless population has a mayor who lacks compassion. You must intervene to help them like you would your brother or sister. For phony progressives, retrogressives in quotes or brackets, they're just numbers. For me, Mayor Giuliani, they're children of God." And I'll conclude my comment by asking rhetorically, why aren't root causes addressed? Why isn't there intervention? Why aren't there adequate habilitation programs? What, if and when, will such intervention and habilitation programs be commenced? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Tony Reyes.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff. I'm Tony Reyes, director and founder of Mission 911. We've been in existence for going on 20 years. We help individuals to shelter, give them clothing. If they need health needs, we direct them to health needs. We educate them of understanding what resources are out there. We also have a dentistry that help out people that are struggling. Not only people that are struggling with homelessness, but in poverty. We pay electric bills, and we just try to prevent individuals from being homeless or staying in poverty. We're a transitional setting, and we also try to transition people out of their situation. So, with that being said, I just want you to know that sometimes, and this is how we direct things, people need direction. They need boundaries. If we don't give direction and if we don't give boundaries, we're going to live in chaos. Sometimes we look to you as council members for guidance and understand what the ordinances are all about. Well, with that being said, I support what y'all are doing. It's a tough job. I support what you are helping others. we are citizens. They're citizens as well. So these ordinances that you are putting into effect is a citizen, to all citizens. So I have to abide by them as well. So I thank you for that direction. So what we will do is we'll also sometimes go to the parks and we'll let them know of what is out there. They need food, we can direct them. There are great places for food here in Corpus Christi. Nobody should go in hunger. That's one thing in Corpus Christi, people are going to be fed. If they need shelter, we can direct people where they can go get shelter. If they want shelter, majority of the time we're dealing with individuals that are what I've seen, and being a transitional setting, we have seen that people are struggling of understanding their situation. And they either have a mental issue or an addiction issue that they have to take a look at before they go into a shelter or anything else. But thank you for the time, and I appreciate that. If you have any questions, I'll feel free to ask. Let you ask.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Christy Jackson.
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Jackson, 14937 Dos Marinas. Thank you, City Council and Mayor McComb, for letting me have a quick moment. I am a U.S. Navy veteran. I served in the United States Navy Hospital Corps, and I'm here today as a veteran advocate here in the Coastal Bend. I'd like to invite all of City Council as well as everyone in the audience today and bring awareness to the Veterans Suicide Prevention Summit that's scheduled for next Tuesday. It will begin at 8:30 with a registration and breakfast at the Del Mar Center of Economic Development, which is where the normal Veterans Roundtable is held. We'll be in the larger room in room 106. We have a keynote speaker coming out. She is a reservist and a PTSD and suicide counseling expert in psychology at Texas A&M University. Again, I just urge the City Council to bring awareness to this, to invite anyone that you know, as well as everyone in the audience, 8:30 to 11 next Tuesday, room 106. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor Fau.
Good morning. Forgive me for my lack of skills in the public addressing of the commission, the council. I'm a property owner and resident near South Bluff Park, and I'm also representing some of the other owners and residents in the vicinity. We agree with, for the most part, with the ordinance for Blucher Park. Would like to see that applied as well to South Bluff Park and other city parks. We believe there are other solutions to deal with the population that inhabits those parks. Homelessness is a minor issue that's a problem for the parks. It's drugs and the network of drug sales and use and everything else that really occupies that. And I do understand that mental illness is probably the majority of the problem there. I believe the city and the community can come together for solutions to that problem. That's an ongoing thing. That's always going to be a problem. It's not going to be addressed by an ordinance. That's a compassion and legal issue. And I do have the confidence that we can solve those problems with laws like this, and as well as, on the other hand, reaching out to provide opportunities for those people. Thank you.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record, please? That's
Victor Fau, 920 Park Avenue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Angela Leach.
Morning, I'm Angela Leach, 5014 Leslie Drive, and I'd like to start by thanking the council and the Parks and Rec Department and the mayor for taking the time to listen to advocates that brought concerns over the past few days about the ordinance for Blucher Park. And I would also like to say that this ordinance is not going to solve the problem of unsheltered people in the park, and it creates an unnecessary restriction on the civil liberties of citizens that would like to use the park by limiting activities in the park and by reducing the amount of time that the park is available for public use. I'd like to also say that in talking with people in the park and that are unsheltered that came out to Artesian Park for a meal on Sunday, a lot of people are unsheltered not because they're choosing not to go to shelters, but because the shelters do not accommodate their needs. And there's some material from the National Alliance to End Homelessness that talks about reasons why people are unsheltered. And most common reasons reported are that shelters are too crowded. Shelters have bugs. They're full 27% of the time. People cannot stay with their families or their partners or their children in shelters. Shelters do not allow pets. And shelters often don't have places where people can store their things. These are barriers that lead to people taking shelter in the park. I called 3 shelters this morning to attempt to place a hypothetical single male, single female, and family. There was no shelter at the shelters. One shelter required that my hypothetical person, have 2 weeks of medication if they had any kind of mental health diagnosis. One shelter said, come back tomorrow for an intake, and another shelter said they had no beds. Most of our shelters do not have accessibility for wheelchairs. The one exception is Metro Ministries. They can, through the back entrance, accommodate a male with a wheelchair, and they have an elevator for their female's home. The majority of the time, if someone has a wheelchair, they can't use the top bunk, they can't get up the stairs at some of our shelters, they're not accessible bathrooms, and fair housing requires shelters to follow ADA regulations, even if they're not accepting federal money. So I'm asking that, of course, that we delay this ordinance and get more information and not restrict everyone's use of the park in order to move the homeless out. I'm also asking that we look for immediate, low barrier, accessible shelters, that we not make shelter contingent on a person's compliance with their medication or substance use treatment, that we make it available for all of our citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Leach.
Thank you.
Bibi Dalrymple.
Good afternoon. I'm Bibi Dalrymple, and I live at 2925 Denver Avenue. My remarks relate to the ordinance prohibiting certain items and behaviors in Blucher Park. With the recent news that the number of birds in the U.S. and Canada has fallen by 29% since 1970, it is of the utmost importance that we protect and enhance any land set aside for wildlife. Blucher Park is a bird sanctuary with an ecosystem of native plants that supports a population of year-round birds, as well as an astonishing number of migratory birds during the spring migration. It can take years, even generations, to establish the native plant life that supports the insect populations and produces the seeds, berries, and nectar that birds feed on. Activities such as camping, sleeping, and picnicking ruin the vegetation that is the very foundation of this ecosystem. Now, parks such as Cole Park and South Bluff Park are designed for heavy recreational use. If a grassy area suffers from too much use, it can simply be resodded, and no permanent damage is done. When hiking or camping in state or national parks, we understand the importance of staying on designated trails and campsites. Similarly, a nature preserve like Blucher Park is an ecological system that can only tolerate light human activity, such as walking on designated trails and resting on designated seating units. For these reasons, I support the ordinance that prohibits activities such as camping and picnicking in Blucher Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Clark.
Good afternoon, Mayor McComb, Council, Mr. Zanoni, and staff. My name is Patty Clark. I live at 6714 Sahara. Today I am here as CEO of Corpus Christi Metro Ministries, and I'm here just to remind this gathering of all of the resources that we do provide for our community. For 37 years, Metro Ministries has been providing free services to our poor, our working poor, our homeless, our ill, men, women, children, and now aged out foster youth. For 37 years, all of our resources have been free. That's our Rainbow House for women and children, our Rustic House for men. Our Loaves and Fishes Cafeteria serves 8,000 meals a month, Monday through Friday dinner. And our Gabbard Clinic is free, and we will record a little over 2,000 patient visits in 2019. So I'm just here to remind you that we do have excellent resources available at Metro Ministries. The only thing that limits us from serving more is more space and more funds. So I'm just here to remind you about that and to thank you for what each of you have done individually to support me or to support the mission of Metro Ministries, which is to feed, shelter, and build futures. So I thank you, and God bless you all for your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judith Reeder.
Good afternoon, Mayor McComb, City Council members, City Manager, and staff. I'm Judith Reeder, 213 Graham Road. I want particularly to thank the Corpus Christi Police Department, the Police Chief Markle, and Assistant Police Chief Schauer, because of their support in developing the guidelines for Blucher and also the support in implementing it and trying to get it passed. It's really for the benefit of the public and not for any particular group. As a member of the Audubon Outdoor Club, we're an environmental and an educational group. And so we really try to do the best for everyone in every way. So I've been dismayed to have our group projected as being against the homeless, because really that's not the truth. That's not the way we are at all. We work a lot with the people that we've seen in the park. So as we've stated numerous times, the ordinance is there to protect the park from behaviors that are detrimental to the park and that put us, the city, at risk of actually losing access to the park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Larry Jordan.
Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff, I'm Larry Jordan. I'm here to speak on agenda item number 5, the Blucher Park ordinance. First, I'd like to thank you for your vote last week, and I hope you can do the same today. Second, it's been interesting to me that in all the commentary opposing this ordinance, that no one has denied the damage that's been done to the park. And you've seen the evidence, and if you need further convincing, my wife, Ms. Reeder, has some photographs that you might be interested in. Third, I'd like to say something to those who are opposed to the ordinance. The restrictions on the deed that originally granted this land to the city are such that if the park continues to be degraded the way it is now, this land could revert back to private ownership. The owners then would be free to do things like build a fence or otherwise exclude anybody they wanted to, which is exactly what's happened at one of the Blucher houses across Carrizo Street from the park. So it's a good idea to be kind of careful what you wish for. Again, we appreciate your vote last week. I hope you can vote for the ordinance again today. Thank you.
Rob Bailey.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Rob Bailey, 4602 Jarvis Street, and a member of the city's Ethics Commission. You'll be hearing a report later in the meeting from us. I just wanted to take a minute to publicly express our appreciation for Assistant City Attorney Lisa Aguilar. Lisa gives profound administrative support for our committee, whether it's minutes or documents, any answers to questions we have, any research we need. She goes over and beyond the call of duty. And I just wanted y'all to be aware of the fact that great work is being done in our city attorney's office, and it helps the city, and we're grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sylvia Campos.
Sylvia Campos, 4410 Fur. Guess what? We have a homeless problem. Yeah, can you imagine that? I think we've heard from many speakers just recently, 37 years Metro Ministry. So it's not something that's overnight, right? We've had this issue for a while. So, just like our neglected streets, our city has chosen to neglect this issue, okay? But there is good news. The good news is we, the city, just hired a coordinator for the homeless that begins work on 10/1. The bad news is if you want to fix, the bad news is you want to fix a kitchen table issue by bringing a gun to the table. Can we just put the guns down for now? Can we just sit down and talk about this? Because this is just going to make things worse. Like we've heard, the law enforcement is not going to help this. We're going to need more than that. We're going to need housing. We're going to need mental health. We're going to need substance abuse. Believe me, it affects all of us. And if y'all want to deny that, you're not living in reality. I know for a fact that it affects me personally. I have a mentally ill sibling, and I also have substance abuse in my family. So believe me, if they didn't stay with my mother, they'd be out in the streets. Because just like they're saying, if they don't take their medicine, where are they going to go? So it does affect us. We're all trying to work on this, and all we're asking is that you just postpone the reading. What is the rush? And we've been trying to get a copy of the deed, which we just did recently, and there's just some things that are kind of standing out, and I hope some of the other speakers will speak to that. So, we've had this parks deeded to us since 1942. 1942. So that's been a long time. Why the big rush now? I don't know. But our city, seems to have a habit of asking the police department or our peace officers for solutions to our societal problems. And I think that's where maybe we're going wrong. We need to ask more people from different aspects, different backgrounds to solve some of these issues. And that's what we're trying to do now. We're trying to come to the table and make some recommendations. I reached out to some of you responded, and some of you didn't. I just want to also say thank you to Mr. Zanoni, please. He stepped out, I know I'm off time, but he stepped out, put out his neck and said, listen, last week there was a stop sign, needed some weeds cut out, there was an accident, and the street department said, no, it's not our job. You know what he did? I hope you saw what he did on the news. He actually said, this is not good enough.
Thank you, Ms. Campos.
All right.
So this is not good enough. We can do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and National Voter Registration Day. I'm actually late for that because you moved the time on me again.
Thank you. Julie Rogers.
Hi, thank you. I live at 710 Furman Avenue. I've communicated with the council this week also to let them know that I'm asking for this ordinance to be on hold. It's not that I'm in favor of destroying Blucher Park. I actually walk there very frequently. I live less than a mile away. I reminded council that the Municipal Code 36 that we want to add the ordinance to already prohibits camping, campfires, lewd behavior, littering, smoking, defecation, urination. It allows for signs that you can make, so you could put up the extra rules to cover the bird sanctuary. You could appoint extra peace officers. Yesterday we took a tour, and I do appreciate Mr. Zanoni's work ethic. I retired down here from San Antonio, and I know how he straightened that city up. And he doesn't tolerate poor work. And what became clear to me yesterday walking through that park, Audubon Outdoor Club works very, very hard. It's not up to them to clean the park. It's up to the city. There is deteriorating structures in there. I looked at TripAdvisor back in 2016. It recommends that people do not go to that park. I was afraid to go there the first time because of TripAdvisor. Also, we did get a copy of the deed, and before my time runs out, I want to make sure you have the last page, because it is... I've received 2 deeds. I made a public information request and got this one this morning. Article 13, could we pass this out? And there should be a copy for you, Mr. Zanoni. Article 13 in this, which I received from the city secretary office, says that the deed is expired. It's been... it was good for 50 years, and the deed was executed on July 15th, 1942. So I don't know, I would like more information on that. This is why we need to hold off on the ordinance so that citizens can have an understanding of what's going on. The deed that was given to the city council, which was graciously provided to me by Councilman Smith, does not have Article 13, so I'm concerned about that and would like to know why we have to cite that particular thing. Anyway, what I did notice too is the part that's highlighted, it says that we and it's also cited in the news frequently that it's a wooded park, a natural beauty. There's a lot of information that's been left out from that deed, so it would behoove the public to be able to look at it too. For instance, starting back in 1942, all the caretaking of the park should be fairly and fully performed by the city of Corpus Christi. That hasn't been done. And if it hasn't been done this long, how is the ordinance in 1 month going to change it? It also says that provision shall be made for a place where birds may drink and bathe. There's a broken fountain in there that needs to be fixed. The outdoor club says they can't fix it. The creek, we were told yesterday that sewage flows into it. So please hold this ordinance and let us investigate more and have more say into it. And let the homelessness office get up and run.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Mimosa Thomas.
Sure.
For the record, I want to say I'm not commenting on an agenda item. I'll comment on an agenda item later. I'm not commenting on an agenda item. I will comment on an agenda item later, since y'all have been very clear that this agenda item, that there's no agenda items on here that deal with homeless issues. So I'm just going to comment on some homeless issues and how the city has failed to address them. So the National Law Center on Homelessness and Poverty talks about criminalization of homelessness. It says, when it defines criminalization of homelessness, it says that there are some activities fundamental to human existence that it defies common sense that they might be treated as crimes. Falling asleep, standing still, and sitting down are all necessary actions for any human being's survival. While these activities are unquestionably legal when performed indoors, more and more communities across the country are treating these life-sustaining behaviors as criminal acts when performed in public places by people with nowhere else to go. Nationwide, homeless people are being targeted, arrested, and jailed under laws that criminalize homelessness by making illegal those basic acts that are necessary for life. These laws, designed to move visibly homeless people out of commercial and tourist districts, or increasingly out of entire cities, are often justified as necessary public health and public safety measures. The evidence shows, however, that these laws are ineffective, expensive, and often violate homeless persons' civil and human rights. 74% of homeless people do not know a place where it is safe and legal for them to sleep. So, 74%. Criminalization criminalization laws are also often unconstitutional. A growing number of courts have struck down laws punishing sleeping and camping in public to end the practice of homeless sleeps under the 4th, 8th, and 14th Amendments. Most of these laws get struck down in court and just cost cities a lot of money to enforce for no reason. Furthermore, these laws have a direct correlation between when these laws are passed, we see a direct correlation between these laws and hate crimes. There's a documented relationship between the appearance of criminalization of homeless laws and the increase of hate crimes or violent acts against homeless people. In order to prove this, Florida and California were used as case studies. Historically, many cities in these two states have enacted severe anti-camping, anti-panhandling, and anti-food sharing laws, as well as other regulations that criminalize activities related with homelessness. A high number of cities that were mentioned in the National Center on Homelessness's periodic criminalization of homelessness reports also have some of the most elevated numbers of incidents of hate crimes against homeless people. In fact, 4 of the 10 meanest cities identified in the Homes Not Handcuffs report were located in Florida, and 3 were located in California. The legislative scenario constitutes one of the factors that explains why these 2 states hold the highest amounts of bias-motivated crimes against homeless individuals, far surpassing their closest competitors. I'm almost done.
Thank you.
The National Coalition for the Homeless has documented 1,769 acts of violence against homeless individuals by house perpetrators over the past 19 years. These crimes are believed to have been motivated by perpetrators with biases against people experiencing homelessness by their ability to be homeless, to target homeless people with relative ease. The crimes include an array of atrocities such as murders, beatings, rapes, and even mutilations.
All right, thank you, Ms. Thomas.
These crimes are horrific.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And they happen all the time. And we know that criminalization laws cause a direct increase in these crimes.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you.
Margaretta Fertilla.
And I hope that y'all can sleep with that.
Thank you. Ms. Worth, how many more on the list to speak?
We have 4 more people.
All right.
Good afternoon. Margaret Fratila, 3606 Tripoli Drive. Thank you so much for being so patient and listen to everybody, but I really cannot see any action from any one of you for all these public comments that I personally have it for years, I would say. It took me 9 months with the former city council and the mayor to put the problem of the red light camera. So finally you came here and then you're amazing. First time, hey, let's do it. It's 9 months. Now, what I want to bring to all of you, and I wanted to look into that. When I passed the Harbor Bridge 37 years ago, they were the same lots in the same place that I see it today. To me, I thought that I'm in paradise. I saw a part of heaven. This is a jewel of the Gulf of Mexico. This is the place where we should stay like that and just collect the money. It's not the industry that is making us money. It's God-given gift of the water. And I'm so passionate, exactly like county judge is it, because we can't get over how much we can accomplish there. But what's happening? Who's seeing that? Mr. Zanoni, that he just came from out of town, he see and he's there among us. What happened in the past year? If any one of you, four of you, and just, I like all of you, I think with all of you, any 4 of you, you said, hey, let's put this issue of North Beach. We had to go through so many, hoops to go to where we are today. In 1990, I bought 13 condominiums there. I was so fascinated. I was just, sometimes I didn't rent it, I just want to be there. And what happened, I had to sell it because it just really was, nothing was happening there. So if you look to see where the money in Corpus Christi comes, you just go to North Beach. We're sitting in that place. I brought investors like in the past 2-3 months. They bought quite a bit of properties over there. Still is not what we should do. I mean, you have example, we had a hurricane here. What happened to Las Brisas and Breakers? Nothing. What happened to Villa del Sol? Nothing. So if you see that, why don't we, just give these lots away? And I know when we were running for office in 2017, I said my priority will be to do something with the tourism in Corpus Christi. But I didn't see any one of you putting in agenda anything. Can you just all together, we have ordinances, we do not enforce them. We bringing issue to you that your agenda, a lot of you, you're very, very busy. But when we bring here, our concerns, I don't see anyone putting in agenda saying something. I want my city councilman, I really think that he's great. And he could say, you know what, let's do it. Let's do business. We're all of us business people. So I don't see anything happening. So hopefully Mr. Zanoni will do something about that. And what happened the last year? We have the same assistant city manager, the same people in the water that destroyed this Corpus Christi 1 year. Why nobody said, let's get it, done and have a new city manager? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fratula. Susie Saldana.
Susie Lena Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I come before you because of the homeless issue. I am very much in support of helping the homeless and finding a place for them to stay. But I also want to make sure that people understand that asking for people to be moved out of one park doesn't necessarily mean that we're criminalizing them or that they're criminals, because my question is, are you closing all the parks to them? Or is it this one particular park that we have to take care of and have available to people? I have a problem when people stand out here and say we're criminalizing homeless, because we have the best place for homeless to be. I hate to say this, because even people from San Antonio ship them over here to us. Sorry. But I know that they do, okay? So I know that they're shipped over to Corpus Christi because we're a very generous city. We provide meals, we provide shelter. Some of them do not want to take advantage of that. And my question is to you, how many homeless are you talking about? Have you done a survey? Are we talking about a great number? Are we talking about a small number? We can't pick and choose and decide that we're going to defend this group versus another group. What we need to do is find a solution for all the homeless, especially our mentally ill and our veterans. Those are the ones we need to look at. And one park does not signify criminalizing homeless. And I wanted to make sure that you knew of that. I'm fully supportive of what you're doing, and I hope you follow through with what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny Cantu.
Hello, my name is Jenny Cantu, and I'm with Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities. I am just here to share some of the services that we do provide to our homeless population. I am with the PATH program, that is the Projects for Assistance in Transitioning from Homelessness. So some of the services that we do provide are outreach services. So what we do is we have an outreach team who goes out into the community, and we make contact with the homeless population. We screen them and we provide services such as linking them to our PATH, our medical clinic. With that, we do the screening and diagnostic. We provide case management, linkage, and referrals to appropriate agencies in the community, such as we refer them to shelters. We also refer to the coordinated point of entry. Costs associated with appropriate housing when available, such as we will assist our clients with deposit or first month's rent if we have the funds available. We provide rehab services, substance abuse services, referrals, and linkage training and education to appropriate agencies, and linkage to the local mental health agency. With that being said, we are an 811 referral agent, so we do assist our clients with the 811 applications as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Meyer.
Good afternoon, Council Mayor Carrie Robertson Meyer, 4401 Gulf Breeze Boulevard, North Beach. I'm here for consent agenda item number 5, the Bleacher Park rules, and I just am here to say that I support these rules, and I ask the city to prioritize solving our crisis with homelessness, but without sacrificing our parks to do it. I live on North Beach, where we have had our share of homelessness issues. Our neighborhood and businesses worked hard to petition the city to pass ordinances against camping and to institute a nighttime curfew. As a result, that has improved the beach for everyone and has resulted in a large amount of redevelopment and increase in tourism as people see a cleaner and safer beach. Ecotourism is an economic driver in our city. People always talk about we need to diversify our economy. We're trying to do that and bring in a cleaner alternative to fossil fuels. Homelessness can hurt the ecotourism simply because when people go to enjoy an area, when they're on vacation, if they see a homeless camp, they're probably going to turn around and leave. Not that we shouldn't have a place for homeless people to live or to congregate, we should, but just not in our ecotourism areas. In fact, North Beach is working on one right now on the north end with the help of National Park Service. So we just have to prioritize specific areas for specific uses and not have user conflict. I own a photography company, and I used to take people to take family portraits at Bleacher Park. I don't anymore. I've tried it, and it's scary. I'm also a bird watcher, and whenever I would take like homeschool groups of kids down there to point out different birds and different native trees and native landscaping, we decided it was unsafe to go there for the kids. It just didn't feel right. And so you want to have this gut feeling of people who use areas to feel safe. And the way it is right now, I don't think we're there. So forfeiting our city's treasured places where everyone should be able to feel safe and welcome should not be our solution for the homelessness crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ray Madrigal de Pancho Villa.
Ray Madrigal de Pancho Villa, and I live at 4253 Doty Street, Corpus Christi. The reason I'm here is because I grew up around the Bleacher Park area, and since I was a little boy, I'd go there, and it's a beautiful park. I don't see this ordinance that's being proposed to really, I don't even know how to describe it, but that it would be effective because a few years ago, if I remember correctly, another mayor, not you, Mayor, but another mayor tried to get the people that hang around here removed from the area. And if I'm not mistaken, the city attorney said that has always been done in Washington, D.C., and it didn't pass. It didn't pass. So I don't think it's a good idea. And I think if you pass this ordinance for this particular park, which one is next? I understand they're looking at the one on Chaparral Street to fence it in. I don't think that was the purpose of the park, to be fenced in. You know, it's supposed to be open to the general public. And the other thing is San Antonio took care of their problem. I don't know if the present city manager was there when it happened, but rumor has been that they would buy a one-way ticket to Corpus Christi, and that's it. Buy a one-way ticket, you stay in Corpus Christi. I think it's a good idea for San Antonio, but for us, it was not a good idea. So maybe, I think I saw in the morning paper, $1 million plus one that they were going to have to take care of the population there. Why not offer those people that say, okay, I want to out of Corpus Christi, offer them a one-way ticket to wherever they want to go, Mayor? That would cure the problem. I had another thing, but I forgot. I had another thing, but I forgot what it was. I think it's a wrong move for the city of Corpus Christi to have restrictions on our parks. We have many parks in our city, and I happen to live next to a park. What if all of a sudden they say, well, Ray, we don't like you hanging around the park after 8 p.m. And there's a lot of people that live close to parks and enjoy the parks in the evening. I think it's a wrong move for the city of Corpus Christi to adopt this resolution, and I hope you all consider it before you vote on it. Thank you. Appreciate your help.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so that was the last person who signed up. Now, as a courtesy, I'm going to ask if there's anyone who would like to speak who did not have an opportunity to sign up. Please indicate that now. Okay, go ahead, sir. And one other.
Hello. This comment pertains to the Butcher Park ordinance.
Can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Ryan Hanisch. I live at 334 Southern Street. According to the United Nations Human Rights Committee in 2014 regarding trends in the United States, quote, the committee is concerned about reports of criminalization of people living on the streets for everyday activities such as eating, sleeping, sitting in particular areas, etc. The committee notes that such criminalization raises concerns of discrimination and cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment, end quote. My primary role in the community is physician. Another service I occasionally provide is cleanup at Blucher on Mondays. I know the frustration firsthand of confronting an endless stream of waste in such a raw and beautiful nature preserve. I too have cleared human and canine feces from that park. I've also peacefully coexisted in the park with the men and women who are targeted by this proposed ordinance. Let's be clear. This is a quality of life issue, not a public safety issue. Enhanced policing proposed in this ordinance will likely accomplish its goal of displacing many of these vulnerable humans at the expense of driving them into even more precarious situations, whether that be within the meat grinder of our criminal justice system or at the unforgiving fringes of society. I urge each of you to reject this Band-Aid proposal. Instead, let's be patient and continue the conversation on mitigating homelessness, drug addiction, mental illness, and economic inequality. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And one other lady? I'm sorry, two other.
Hello, my name is Roseanne Garcia, and I am officially one of the homeless that you all speak of. I do sleep at the park itself. I left the domestic violent relationship because to me it was safer to be out in the streets of Corpus Christi at the time. This park has been the safest place for me to sleep at. I have been sodomized, I have been raped, I have had human feces thrown on me here by City Hall. There's a gentleman there that has helped us. Y'all talk about feces and stuff and all this trash there at Butcher Park. That's where the birds are. That's back there. Where we have camp, a lot of us get together, we throw our trash away. We're taking care of that. What's back there, a lot of the stuff, you can't even walk. There's trees that are broken. The park is not being maintained. As far as violence, that's the most non-violent place that I have been at as far as Corpus Christi goes. There's a lot of things that need to go on as far as fixing this problem, not a Band-Aid, as he said. Displacement is big. It's big. Desperation is big. And with desperation, there comes violence. There's a lot of people out there that are very educated. There are a lot of people out there that are very broken. Yes, there are some psych patients out there. Yes, a lot of us have been through so much in our lives. Some of us are like myself. I'm a product of parents who did too much for me as a child. So as an adult, I didn't do enough for myself. But being here in Corpus and being in these streets has raised me to have an open mind. Not everybody out here is out here to get hurt or to get a free ticket. I myself have started to talk to a lot of the other homeless for us to go ahead and gather together and go not just to the parks, to other places that we dwell at, to clean up. At least once a week, maybe once a month, get something done. Because there are individuals like this gentleman that do go out and do that. But it's more than that. It's more outreach. It's more going out there, because I could be your daughter. I could be your granddaughter, your sister, your aunt. I could be their future. I used to work for San Patricio County for Head Start. Look where I'm at now. You know, discrimination, that doesn't come from drugs, alcohol, from homelessness. I'm like the candy striper of homelessness right now. We had 2 people go to the hospital today. My heart is a loving heart. It's a forgiving heart, you know? And I feel that there's not enough help out there. A lot of people, they go to drugs or alcohol, or they act like they're crazy because of the fact that there's nowhere do they turn. You know, so this goes further than just doing curfew. It goes further than just cleanup. It goes further than being an officer that when I sit down on the curb and try to tie my shoe, he wants to ride up on me and tell me that I'm trespassing. I have shoes with holes on them because there's nowhere safe for me to sleep at night. I'm not your problem. It's not your fault that I'm homeless. I'm a competent adult. I can go out there and get a job. I don't have an ID. But you know, it goes further than just saying clean up the park. In that park, there's no trash cans. No trash cans. So where do we put our trash?
Thank you very much, Ms. Garcia. Okay, and then one other lady. Ma'am?
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Sister Rosa Maria Ortiz, Sister of the Incarnate Word and Blessed Sacrament. And I would like to just say that we really need to think about what we're doing to the people. You've just seen and heard of one who is living that life. I work with people who live that life. And I know that there are circumstances in their life that brought them to that, but it behooves us to do the human thing, which is compassion. And we need to continue the dialogue. Take that woman's example. We are not here to be to cast people out. We really need to know what we're doing to our people in this city, and we need to do it now. Which side are we on, ladies and gentlemen? Are we on the side for caring for people, really caring for them, and continuing to dialogue and postpone this ordinance? Or are we about money?
Thank you, ma'am.
This concludes the public comment period. Thank you.
All right. That gets us to thank all of you for being here and making your comments. Item G is the city manager's comments and update on city operations.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Well, could I ask just one thing before we get to this, because we may lose some of the audit. One of the things that was referred to is that in the new budget, there is a position designated to begin to work with, address the issue of homelessness. And we've got an intern that's working for us now at no expense, fortunately for us, graduate student at the University of Texas A&M Corpus Christi. And I'd like Mr. Zanoni to introduce her. And those of you that are here that are in the service provider business that we're here, we want to make sure you know who she is and get the information, because that's part of the program that we're moving forward, is addressing and putting together an identification list, a coordination list, a point of contact. So Mr. Zanoni, would you be kind enough to do that as you start your report?
Yes, sir. Great. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just to clarify, so in the budget that City Council adopted that will take place or go in effect on October 1, we do have a 3-person team to focus on homelessness and affordable housing. So there'll be one person dedicated specifically to take a leadership role on affordable housing, and also one on homelessness, and then we'll have a team lead. So it'll be 1.5, 2 persons focused on the issue of homelessness. But beginning in August, the mayor and I had the opportunity to interview a young graduate student that worked hard to see how could she help the city out, and track the mayor down and track myself down. She's with us today. Her name's Emily Schaefer. And as the mayor said, she is a graduate student. This is her final semester at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, so it's a local person, which we're glad to have. Emily spent 4 years in the U.S. Coast Guard, so she has some prior experience. She's had several internships, too, through her career, including a research assistant at the university, and also worked as a legal intern at Nueces County District Attorney Office. So she wasn't just looking for a job, she specifically wanted to help us on the homelessness issue. And she's been doing a great job with us since August. She's helped get all the responses back from a letter that the mayor sent to all the homeless providers. We have 35 or so homeless providers in the community, but we don't have a good sense of what they all do and where all their funds come from and who they serve. So the mayor sent a letter out to all of them, and Emily's been collecting those responses and putting all that information in a database. And she's also been mapping out where are our homeless providers, and she's actually, in the last couple of weeks, been out there meeting with the provider leadership and touring the facility. So our work has begun on our homelessness situation because of Emily, and we're thankful that she's doing that. She is here with us. Emily, if you want to stand up. Here she is in the back. Yep. Emily, I don't know if you want to come on down and say a few words. I have a few other comments to make. And okay, great. Okay, good. So Emily, we're thankful she's here. We have posted those positions already, and we already have some good applicants in for the permanent positions, and so more work to be done in that area. So, and Mayor, thank you for taking on the intern as well. Let me update the mayor and council and the public on some other business matters with the city, starting with some financial good news for the city, and then some update on some of our construction projects. So you know that earlier this month, on September 9th, the city of Corpus Christi received a bond rating upgrade. We met with the 3 bond rating agencies recently because we're reissuing some debt and issuing some new debt. And we received an upgrade from Standard & Poor's on our utility system junior lien debt. Our grade from them went up from a AA- to a A+, and that upgrade moves our rating and our water debt from an upper medium grade to a high grade classification. That's the highest you can have, a high grade classification. It now puts us, with all our 3 bond rating agencies, in that upper higher grade rating, which is good. So what that means for us, though, is that our cost to issue debt will be much less, and therefore we can put our money into our streets and water systems rather than in interest payments. The Standard & Poor's report said that our upgrade was due in part to the general credit worthiness of our waterworks, of our water utilities, including our sanitary sewer and gas systems. Standard & Poor's also noted financial management was strong for the city. That helped bring that rating up. And it was noted that the city's management team maintains best practices that are deemed critical in having these credit ratings. So it's a combination of things that helped us increase that rating. Fitch and Moody's, the other 2 rating agencies, reaffirmed our A+ and A1 ratings respectively. So moving forward, the high grade classification provides us with lower interest rates, and recently the whole reason we had our rating updated was because we reissued some debt to get a lower interest rate, and we issued some new debt. Because of our better rating score, we saved $6.4 million over the life of this debt that was just issued. 6.4. That's almost $2 million more than we initially thought. You may recall Alma had talked to us about a $5.4 million, or $4.5, I'm sorry, million savings. So in fact, after we got our bond rating upgrade and issued the debt, we actually saved $6.4 million, which is great for our city. That means more investment in the actual water system and in our bond programs. Having a well and strong financially managed city is a top priority of mine. We've talked about that before. My team and I will continue to make even greater improvements in this area as we move forward through this fall, and especially as we develop the next year's budget. We talked about that. Speaking of infrastructure, we recently did hear some news in the paper, and I think we sent some correspondence out of an airport grant, and I think I saw Fred here somewhere. But last Tuesday, thanks to the help of Senator John Cornyn, He was instrumental in getting us a $7 million Federal Aviation Administration discretionary allocation to us to help us at the Corpus Christi International Airport for a project that we have had on the books. The Department of Transportation and FAA grant will allow us to upgrade our East General Aviation apron and terminal apron by removing some old stress asphalt material and replacing it with concrete. That's the project. These aprons are used for planes. They park there, they unload, and they refuel and board. And so that capital improvement project is funded in part by that grant. The discretionary money is the key thing. We were also anticipating to get about $2.4 million in entitlement funding in that same grant. So when you combine the two sources, the entitlement money and the discretionary money that the senator helped us get with our 10% match that's required, in total it's about a $10 million project for the airport. So that's great news for our community and the airport as well. And speaking about construction, we know that Everhart Road is underway now. The construction prep work has begun. I just wanted to update you this morning. The Everhart Road project from the SPID to Holly Road is what we're talking about. But yesterday, construction prep work began. Contractors have placed some advance warning signage out there, the electronic boards, to let drivers know that more construction is coming. The first phase of the project will start with wastewater improvements beginning on September 30th. Close to the area of Holly and Everhart, or actually more specifically Holly and Kane, is where the initial work will take place for the wastewater. That will result in lane closures both in the south and northbound directions. There'll still be one lane open in each direction, though, for this initial work. Over the next 2 weeks, the Regional Transportation Authority, RTA, will be finishing removing the bus stop equipment that's along that corridor. I've noticed this weekend some has been removed already, but what's remaining, that will be removed as well. Notices have been given to the public about new bus locations for routes that used to go there for temporarily. And the wastewater improvements that I talked about, those will take a couple of weeks to complete, and we'll have an update on what comes next. We have already sent, as we said we would, one email update already to the over 100 businesses that we have in our database. Our public information staff walked that corridor and knocked on doors and talked to managers, and we have over 100 businesses contact information in our database, and we'll be sending them a weekly update on the project and getting feedback from them as well. So we sent our first email update out last week. Businesses and residents that may not be on that list can obtain information also by going to our website. So we placed a special website just for the Everhart Road with a construction schedule, weekly updates, pictures, and announcements will be updated as much as we need to. And that's on our website at cctexas.com/Everhart. So pretty easy to remember. We'll continue to bring you progress updates on that project, and a lot of us are watching it real closely. We know it's a pretty tight corridor. I did want to also just brief for the community's update as much as our own here, Mayor and Council, the Port Commissioners, our Port Commissioners update session that we had last week. We met with our 3 appointees last week to review their performance and the duties of our Port Commissioners. And we know, and I think I've expressed it and you all have expressed it, that was a very beneficial meeting for both parties. I'm arranging with our planning and with the mayor and council future quarterly briefings with our appointees. So we'll meet with them once a quarter to keep up our communication with them. The next meeting will probably be in November. That'll be it. The quarter is actually December, but we may want to do it in November because we do have one of our appointees term ends on December 31, 2019. So I'll work with our secretary, Ms. Herta, to develop a plan of how we'll bring that Port Commissioner appointment to the full council. So between that appointment that ends December 31, 2019 and our next quarterly meeting, we'll probably be meeting with the Port a couple of times, and our Port Commissioners a couple of times in November and December. And then just to give you a quick update, as part of our overall effort to build positive and professional working relationships, tomorrow night, I was going to go last week, but we rescheduled it to this week. Tomorrow night I will be meeting over dinner in Port Aransas with Mayor Bujan and Mayor Pro Tem Moore and City Manager Parsons. They've invited me out to Port Aransas. I'll be taking the drive tomorrow after work, and that's just one step and what I hope to be many months and years of working with coastal communities such as Port Aransas and others. We want to build strong and beneficial working relationships with our coastal bend communities. That's a big part, I know, of the City Council and of the City of Corpus Christi as being a regional partner in the area. So my dinner tomorrow night will be part of me reaching out and them reaching out to me to get to better know them and see how we can work together as a team in the community. And then finally, Mayor and Council, I just want to acknowledge one of our employees, our Director, Kim Womack. She recently completed a pretty strenuous training endeavor to make her what they call a Master Public Information Officer. She has a certification from FEMA. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has a program that's called Master Public Information Program. It's pretty prestigious. Kim joins less than 70 people across the country. There's only 70 that have this certification, and there's only 2 in Texas, and Kim's one of them. To have this certification, it was a one-year program. It took her not constantly the whole year, but through the year she's gone through various courses to prepare her to be what they call a senior level public information officer, very trained in delivering public disaster management information to the community. And it's not just for hurricanes or other disasters, but also just an everyday delivery. So she has that skill now. This is the Department of Homeland Security's highest level of training and credentialing for public officials. So yeah, so that we should be pretty proud of our community and Kim to be only one of 2 in Texas and one of 70 in the country to have this training. Fortunately, knock on wood, we might not need it this year, but you never know, right, living down here. So I think there's Kim. Kim, we just want to thank you. Congratulations. I met with Kim this morning, and she's still kind of recovering from her last trip, so, but it was well worth it. She's glad she did it. So, Mayor and Council, that concludes my comments for this morning.
All right. Appreciate that. And again, for those that need to get in touch with Emily, if we don't have you on our list of potential, so we can put together all those that do service our effort to address the homeless. Entertain a motion on the minutes for September 17th and our special meeting on September 6th.
Move to approve.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion, modification, changes, deletions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that gets us to the, we don't have any board and committee appointments, right? The consent agenda is comprised of items 13 through 17. What did I say? Oh, I was moving fast, wasn't I? 3 through 17, I'm sorry. 3 through 17. And anyone want any of the items pulled on items 3 through 17? If you'd identify those items now, please.
Number 5, please.
5.
Mayor, I'd like number 8 and number 16.
Okay, any other items? Number 5 has been pulled.
Yes, it has. Yes, it was.
I beg your pardon. Well,
Yes, Mr.
you wait and we'll see, okay? Any other items 3 through 17? All right, does anyone in the audience have an item they want to talk to that has not been pulled? All right, then I'll entertain a motion for approval of items 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 17.
So, second.
There's a motion and second. Anybody have any comments on any of those items from the public? Anybody from the council? Mr. Hernandez?
I already asked for 8 and 16.
Okay, no comments on the other?
No.
Anybody else? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, on item number 5 was requested. Before we get, and I think Ms. Harlow asked that, let me just for clarification purposes, the item 5 has to do with the Blucher Park, and the genesis for this proposal really started, I believe, over a year ago. Mr. Manager, can you tell me when that actually?
Yes, actually, Mayor, Chief Markle has began work almost 2 years ago on this initiative. So staff between our police department and our Parks and Recreation Department have been working on developing something to improve Blucher in the form of an ordinance, as we're seeing today, for over 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, one, I want to dispel the idea that this just popped up overnight. It hasn't. This is an issue that's been worked on by the police department and our planning people and others for at least 2 years. And what it is in reference to is the Blucher Park is different than a lot of the other parks in the city, in that it was given to us by individuals. And for those of you that don't recognize the name Blucher, that this is also the family that the Blucher Institute for Surveying and Engineering, I believe is the name out at Texas A&M University of Corpus Christi, is named after. A very long-time family here in the Corpus Christi area. And it was given, and it in the deed to the city, and this was in 1942. Now, I know some of you think, you know, when I make this statement, but it was before I was born. So, so that it's been around a long time. That's the purpose of me saying that. But as with any gift, there are restrictions and commitments by the grantor to the grantee. And this park has some significant restrictions that have been placed on it on behalf of the city. And so I think what we're trying to do, and for the, if you don't think that, and it also has what is known as a reverter clause. That may be a new term to some folks, but a reverter clause is that says, I will give you something, and in return you promise to abide by the agreement of the terms of the gift. And if you fail to provide by the agreement, then the property or the gift reverts back to me as the grantor or the giver. We went through a similar situation when I was on the Commissioner's Court. For those of you that are not familiar with Memorial Hospital and Memorial Medical Center, and that was also built before I was born, because I was born in Memorial Hospital. So that was here before I was born. But anyway, if the history of that is that property where Memorial Hospital was given to Nueces County in the city of Corpus Christi at its origin through the Baptist Foundation of Texas from a family grant of the Kokernot family. And if you've ever driven over there to see Memorial and you look at the streets over there, you'll find one of the names on the streets is Kokernot and one of the names is Baylor. They were a big family, a Baptist family, and they were very generous in their gifts. And the conveyance of that property to the county and the city was for the purpose of providing medical care to the indigent, and that was the purpose. And there is a clause in that says if you ever quit providing that care that was part of the gift, then it would revert back to the Baptist Foundation for them to dispose of and use funds to carry out that mission. And so when there was beginning to be some discussion about how we address indigent health care in Nueces County, there was conversations with the Baptist Foundation, and they were brought down, did a tour, had explained to them what our plan was, and were assured that the mission of providing health care to the indigent was still the mission of the hospital and the hospital district. And while the brick and mortar phase might change a little bit, the mission was still met. And as a result, it was the Dr. Hector P. Garcia Clinic and some other things. But the mission by the gift, in order not to trigger the reverter, was met. And you've got the same reverter situation on this park here. And I won't go into a lot of the details, but I mean, it gets down to the significance of it. The older trees now standing and account for their age and beauty shall not be removed without consent. I mean, these are some specific items that you can't do if you're going to keep this as a park in its natural state. And, you know, and so what we found out and this started a couple of years ago, was the increased traffic in humans over there, and the collection of debris and the abuse of the park simply was going to overwhelm its ability to maintain itself as a birding and a bird sanctuary, so to speak. And so they were taking steps to provide a protection both for the use of that as a bird sanctuary and for the city's the commitment both legally, morally, and ethically on the gift. And so it applies to all of us sitting up here. We're going to have to abide by this. We can't go over there just 24/7, because the goal is to protect the asset that was given to us, and we agreed to do that. And so that's what we're doing. And so that's what the reason that this finally worked its way up in 2 years, and the timing just happened to be that it's now. And so anyway, that's the history of it. Ms. Wartho, if you'd like to, you wanted to stop and talk about it. So.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to reiterate that this ordinance does not ban people. It bans behavior that's occurring in this park. Specific to the deed are restrictions placed upon the usage of Blucher Park. I've read the deed and fully understand that the City of Corpus Christi has special agreement regarding the uses of this nature preserve. We must legally follow the restrictions outlined for our city in order to meet our promise. In line with this, I've reached out to social service organizations including MHID, Salvation Army, Mother Teresa Shelter, which is under Catholic Charities umbrella, and Mission 911, so that the community can provide and offer the services to the people who are inhabiting the area. And when I say this, I mean proactively. I mean, we use the terms in every discussion I had with these organizations, boots on the ground, so that we are extending our hand. I believe in humanity and I believe in compassion. And I also understand that the people who are there now do not have access to safe living conditions or sewer and water, and we as a community want to extend a helping hand. We also know that we are long overdue in addressing the situation. And this is why in the budget, our city manager has redirected the 3 positions to create a homelessness coordination effort. I know that we will all be closely monitoring the situation because we are, in fact, and will always be a caring community. Thank you.
Mr. Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quick, I'd like to say that I'm really glad that because of this agenda item that the conversation has awakened a passion within the community to really start looking at this and seeing what we can do to help solve this issue. It's a community issue. And I hope that those who are opposing agenda item number 5, that they use that same passion and effort and direct that towards helping us solve this community issue. With that, I know there's going to be a lot more discussion, but I'd like to make a motion to table this for 1 more week based on the fact that the people that have reached out to me are in conversations and hope to have some more insight and more ways that they can help us solve this issue. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think there's anyone on this council or that understands being homeless more than I do. I was homeless at one point in my life. I understand it. However, restrictions on a park are not a reflection of what we care about in this community. What I want to say is that we don't want to encourage bad behavior, defecations in parks, trash, litter, that type of stuff. This is the reason for this particular ordinance. I have empathy. I understand. I understand the shame of homelessness more than anyone. But this ordinance doesn't reflect on that. This is a single park. This is a specific issue. Specific requirements for this particular park. And by no means does it mean that we as a society or as a city or as a community don't care about our homeless community that live there or have set up residence. I encourage everyone to take the opportunity to donate or give of yourself to the organizations that are here, that are community, the Salvation Army, which helped my family. This is not just about this ordinance, and it's not something to say we're against homelessness or homeless people in general. Thank you.
Smith.
Thank you. Since I've been on council, this is the most comments and feedback that I've received. It shows the importance of this to the community. And we have two issues. We call it Blucher Park, but it's really a preserve. We go through the deed restrictions, we look at it, the reverter clauses on there. This wasn't granted to the city of Corpus Christi for what we consider a conventional park. We have to keep that in mind. We as a city, that our environment is very important to us. We have the Audubon Society has worked there for 30 years, decades, keeping it up. It's a part of our structure. But then on the other side, we have a very compassionate community. You all have reached out, and thank you. Like we say, 35 organizations following homelessness. And I think that this discussion, you all reaching out to us, shows that importance, that we have to devote time that with our new city manager we are. And we are making changes. So really, as we discuss this today, two things that this city is moving forward, two fronts. We are moving ahead on our homeless issue, maybe our homeless crisis. And another, we're trying to protect what people have granted to us in our environment too. So I think when we make this vote today, it is really with those two things in mind. And since I have confidence in staff and the 35 organizations there, that we are going to make progress. And next month, next year, we'll be a better community for our homeless community. We'll also be a better community for our environmental community. So I'm very much in favor of that. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Zanoni, the mayor, for what you've done there, the Audubon Society for what you've done to maintain Blucher Park. I'd like to thank all the homeless advocates for coming forward and expressing your views and show those needs that we're doing here. But we as a city are going ahead, and I think this vote today reflects that. Once again, thanks.
Okay. Any comments from the public on item number 5, or Mr. Roy?
This park is, I've had an opportunity several times to go through and take a look at the park. Everyone here has had a history, or they know somebody that was homeless. It's not a position that you want to be in. And mental health is something that we strive to work with every day. There's veterans that I talk to across the city that a lot of their issues are they just don't feel like they fit in. As it was stated, we've got 35 organizations out here. This isn't about saying that we don't feel that these people need help. We do have the fortunate we were fortunate that this family donated this land in 1942. And it's interesting that they had the foresight to be able to put some restrictions in there to try and preserve this land. And I think that's something that we have to make sure that we follow. I do think that, and I commend the community as a whole coming forward. I don't think that we're particularly trying to single out any one group of individuals. I don't know, and I've heard, and I've had a lot of phone calls on, please table this. And I'm trying to understand in terms of tabling this event, because the homeless situation is going to continue. The amount of effort that we need to take and making sure that we continue to keep that in the forefront of our agenda by placing people that, like the city manager has done, is an important step. So with that, again, I want to applaud everybody for coming out and giving their opinion. It's very important. The most important thing is what you believe in. You do have a right to stand forward and express your views. And that's what the freedom of speech is about, and that's really important. And even though somebody may not agree with you, it is important that you're heard. And I want to thank the community today and continue to go on with this vote. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Garza.
I talked to some of the advocates related to advocating for the homeless over the weekend and this particular decision that we're making today. First thing I talked about is making sure that we had a roadmap going forward. Don't want this vote or this action that we take today to end the discussion or the conversation, because we've got a lot of work to do. In all the time that I've been serving, I started serving on the Planning Commission. And I remember Roland Garza and then former Councilwoman Priscilla Leal fighting against a facility that was considered wanting to be located over on McCardle. Those residents over there didn't want the homeless population to be, I'm going to say, served in that area, because they felt it was going to diminish their quality of life in that area around South Park. And I remember the conversation related to the panhandling ordinance. And again, we had the same conversations and we had the same discussion about how how could we be so heartless and not allow them to be able to look for ways to be able to sustain themselves. And I agree with the comments made previously about that this community is a very, very giving community. And there are, if you go for several hours or several days hungry, is because you haven't sought out all the opportunities that there are to be able to eat. I've gone and shared a meal with the folks, to find folks over at 911. I've been over to Artesian Park. In fact, some of the folks that reached out to me asked me to meet them at Artesian Park this past Sunday, and I was there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it gives me a warm feeling to see the folks that, out of the kindness of their heart, the generous hearts that they have, they actually reach out and feed and help serve the folks that come down there, because we don't have Metro Ministries open on Sundays. They serve the rest of the week. But I think that just ignoring our fiduciary responsibility as caretakers of Blucher Park, and it's never going to look like a park with trimmed trees and manicured yards and flowers, and that's because it's not that kind of a park. It wasn't given to the city as that kind of a park. If you go over to Tom Graham Park today and you look at some of the work that the folks are doing over there with Grow South Texas, and you look at that park, it'll never look the way that the other parks look, because they're using that park under a different mission. They're using that park to grow vegetables and food for the community. So I don't think that the city should be criticized for the fact that the Blucher Park does not look like parks as per se. But at this point right now, the work has been done to lay out guidelines that allow us to be able to at least put that park back in the original condition it was in order to be able to create that bird sanctuary. I commend Councilwoman Guajardo with her efforts in trying to reach out to the agencies that do provide the services so that they can look for those folks that might be displaced by some of the action taken related to Blucher Park to make sure that they get the adequate help. My heart goes out to Ms. Garcia and her story. Because of some of the things that I do in my own private life, I come into contact with clients that are sent over by MHID nowadays, formerly MHMR, or Catholic Charities, that need housing, that need low-cost housing for folks that are either homeless or would otherwise be homeless. And so again, I know there's a lot of challenges to meet, and I also know that we're not going to solve them in being able to, or tabling this particular action today. It's going to take us months and maybe years in order to be able to satisfy everyone in terms of what we're able to do and not do for the homeless. But again, I think that we need to continue the conversation, we need to continue the discussion, but I think that what's before us today is something that we do need to strongly consider moving forward with. Thank you.
I don't see any lights on the council. Mr. Molina made a motion to table. It died of lack of a second. I'll entertain a motion for passage.
I'd like to make a motion for passage.
Second. All right, there's a motion and a second on item number 5 for passage. Is there any comment from the public? If you've already spoken once, then we appreciate that, but under our rules, you can't again. But if anyone else would like to address item number 5. We have a 3-minute limit, you understand? Yes. Come ahead. Come ahead.
It's listed on the sheet.
Have you spoken earlier?
No.
You've not spoken, okay.
Just put it on here.
I'm Karen Smith, 4301 Spring Creek Drive, and I'm the president of the Audubon Outdoor Club that's been helping with the park, not the Audubon Society, but Audubon Outdoor Club. It's a little bit different. But I want to stick up for the Parks and Rec. I've been working with the Parks and Rec department for years and years and years, and they do the very, very best they can on a limited budget with a lot of people coming and going, shorthanded. I call them, I say there's a tree down, there's limbs, and they will get to it as soon as they can. I didn't want anybody to think that the Parks and Rec department is not on the job at Blucher Park, because they are. And also, Ms. Rogers mentioned the frustrating part of it. Yes, I do get frustrated with Parks and Rec, but eventually the two of us come together and we're able to get a lot of the things solved at Blucher. And so I'm sticking up for Parks and Rec. They're a great organization with a lot of hard workers. And true, the deed's expired, but the responsibility of the park has not. And the Blucher family wanted the Bird and Nature Park, and we should always continue to respect their vision of the park. It seems at times when I'm sitting here today that I'm hearing some people talking about oranges and others are talking about apples. The two are not the same. And I hope that everyone can see that difference. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
First of all, I'd like to thank Councilman Molina for his motion to table. Thank you for having the moral courage to stand up and make that motion. I would again urge the council to revisit that motion. I do not understand why you have to pass this today. We heard from members of the homeless community how this will displace people and hurt people today after it is passed. I'm happy that the city is working to solve the homelessness issue. I'm happy that y'all are working on it. But as was said, there is not a safe place for people to go right now. There are people who are in desperate situations right now who do not have a safe place to go. You heard from them. We called the shelters and gave hypothetical families, and there was not a safe place to place any of these hypothetical families. So there are people right now who have no safe place to go except for Bluchner Park. And if you pass this ordinance right now, there will be people who will be hurt. If you wait, if you give us time to work on a solution, if y'all work on a solution, then we can make sure that we do this in a way that doesn't hurt anyone, that doesn't endanger anyone. There's no rush. There's no reason that the Bluchner Park ordinance has to be done in a way that hurts people. We can protect the birds, we can preserve Bluchner Park as a birding sanctuary without hurting people. But if you do this in this rushed way, without consulting, you said you've done this, been working on it for a year, but you've only been working on it with Parks and Recreation and police. You've been working on it in a way that has only been concerned with protecting the birds and preserving the birding sanctuary, and those things are important, but they can be put on hold for just a little bit so that we can talk with the Human Relations Commission, we can talk with the Commission for People with Disabilities, we can make sure that we do it that we have systems set up so that people don't get hurt. This is irresponsible. You can table the vote and make sure that people don't get hurt. And Councilmember Molina is the only member of this council who is willing to be responsible and try to table and try to make sure that this is done in a way that people don't get hurt. The rest of y'all care so much about a birding sanctuary that you are willing to rush through a vote that could hurt people like the public commenter you heard earlier, that could endanger their lives over a deed.
All right.
That is criminal, and that is not okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, there's been a motion and a second.
And I cannot believe the inhumanity in all of you.
Motion
and
passed.
the irresponsibility being shown here.
All right, thank you. Next item on our agenda is item 8. Did we vote? That was pulled. Who pulled number 8? Huh?
We voted on 5.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah, we just voted on 5.
Yes, we voted. Yes,
Yeah.
The mayor made a motion, Mr. Everett seconded. Yes, and then we did a vote.
Everett made the motion, and I
Oh,
think
pardon, the other way.
Greg seconded.
But yes, we did have a motion and a second.
All right, well, we'll take it over. All right, Mr. Roy makes a motion, Mr. Smith seconds it, and I call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thank you. Item number, well, do we want to go to lunch? We passed at 1:30, but do we want to?
I'm ready.
Huh?
I'm ready.
Well, we passed it. Let's take, if you don't mind, we'll take about 30 minutes to hit the lunch break, and then we'll be back on item number 8. And I think, Mr. Hernandez, you asked for number
8 and 16.
Thank you. We're going.
Okay.
issue a warrant for that.
A summons.
The summons, yeah.
Yeah.
So, police department, the city has a civilian works real closely with the police. They don't in fire for whatever reason.
Is it going to be the same person?
It is. It's supposed to work for both departments. Police, they schedule it, they work just like you said. Schedule it, and the police officer goes. Chief Rocha said the only difference.
I'll get with you afterwards. I'll get with you afterwards.
Anyway, I'll start over. Before we get started on our agenda, I want to give my profound apologies to Councilman Roy. I just overlooked it last week, and I told him when we got started today, I would make that recognition, and I didn't do it. And I just realized I did it again. So, he is in there, the new Mayor Pro Tem, and actually began Mayor Pro Tem last Tuesday. And so he'll serve between now and when, Paul? When's it? It's September to December or something? Oh, there.
The end of his term is December 9th.
December 9th. So he'll get off just before Christmas. So we're glad he's here, and I may just not come to a meeting just to let him handle it. I'll wait till we get a real exciting agenda to do that, too. So, all right, Mr. Hernandez, I think you asked for item number 8. We're on the consent agenda, item number 8, and that one was pulled for further discussion. So you have a question, or do you want a presentation before we add that?
I think we can go right to the question, I guess. All right. This actual property was brought to us in a previous council, and forgive me, I didn't pull that information, to exempt them from wastewater. And I'm assuming it's so we didn't have to build out that line all the way through. Now, I know you weren't here at the time, and but maybe one of your staff can give some information on it. Okay.
Gabriel Hinojosa, engineer with utilities. That area is actually not in any master plan area, so there's no extension of wastewater that's planned for that area right now. But I believe in the UDC, if it calls for a certain distance, if you're not within a certain distance of wastewater service, you can petition for a waiver from those fees and construction. And that property is not within that distance.
Okay, so the wastewater was not in the master plan.
Correct.
But there is a lift station not far from there.
The closest one would be on Aaron Street.
On which street?
Aaron. Way out Weber and Aaron.
Isn't there one in John, in that gated community where John Thomas had built? That's even further? Okay. And then, so the water line is in the master plan, but not the wastewater line?
No, sir. The water line is it's just a distribution line. It's not a grid main or a transmission main. It's just a extension of our services.
Okay, so in the agenda memo, it says that you're extending this so we can also have encouraged development in between, in that section between this property and then the industrial park that's just a little bit further north from there. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
So if there is no wastewater, how are you going to address that?
Wastewater is available to those tracks off of Brasilia and over there closer to way out Weber where Aaron Street is.
So why wouldn't that have been available to this track?
It's not within the 1,000 feet. Those lots would be within the 1,500 foot radius of the nearest wastewater. So those would be required.
Okay,
This
so
is not-
you see the inconsistency, right? You have the water line here and the wastewater not there. Am I incorrect in seeing the inconsistency there?
Inconsistency as, I mean, there's water across the street from this property. There's not wastewater within that distance that the UDC requires for connection.
So if it's not within the distance it's required, that means that they would have to cover the majority of that cost, correct? If they wanted the wastewater line.
If they wanted the wastewater, I guess it would be considered off-site, and there would be off-site reimbursement based on the UDC.
Which is, can you give the calculation?
I would not know the calculation off there. Button. There you go.
There we go. Mayor, council members, to address your question. So for a calculation for the UDC for a wastewater collection line extension, it'll be 50% of the diameter of the line. It'll be the diameter of the line times 50% times the lot and acreage fee. So because of the nature of the slope of a wastewater line, the calculations are a little different than a water line because they have to go at depth and create a negative trajectory of the wastewater so it can go get collected, so it doesn't sit in the pipe and stew.
Okay. So the other side of this is to encourage that development. Now, yeah, there's the AQ's map there. If you could turn on the projector there. Okay, and looking at where this is, there's a crash zone right there, and APZ1 all in that area. I'm not sure based on this map that we want to encourage development right in that crash zone in front of the runway there. So, I mean, is that really a valid reason?
Sir, I asked that question when the application came into our zoning department, and because the property zoned FR, the AQ's issue wasn't an issue because it wasn't considered a densely residential area like an RS 4.5, RS6 or something like that. It was a single property on a zoned farm rural tract.
Okay.
That may not satisfy your question. I'm a former air traffic controller and understand all AQs and all of that, and that's why the first reason I asked that question. And per the zoning requirements, the AQs didn't require a special zoning change.
Okay. Also, I guess in July of last year, a policy was changed on the water, on how the water payment, how the water reimbursement was collected for this particular type scenario, and it was the interpretation was changed. Can you give some details as to why it was changed?
Yes, sir. I was working at Development Services at that point. I'd been on staff for about 4 months. And we had this one came in and about 4 others that came in with the same type of a line. And as I read the UDC, I asked the director, who then brought it to the assistant city manager at the time, to get some clarification to make sure that we interpreted it accurately, fairly, and consistently, so that way it didn't, if I left the job, the new person wouldn't call it something different, so that the rule would be afoot. And the decision was made that since the UDC and the trust fund was designed to encourage the orderly development, and that this is an essential line, that the formula was I won't say directed down, but basically told us how to go forth with it, and it came from the assistant city manager, and then with the director's council, and then we went forward with it.
Okay, so I know we have had some direction on this to, I guess it was 75 days that the mayor had proposed to get this all cordoned out, as to get some more consistency in how these things are managed and funds are distributed. I think this has a lot to do with it. Also, the purpose on this as well. The purpose says subdivisions. And this is a quote. I know our city attorney had said that 1 out of the 4 provisions weren't met based on the property. But I'm curious, if just one of those provisions are met, would that still be okay? You need to have at least two? Two that weren't met by the purpose.
Well, I'm not sure that there's other. I think you're talking about the purpose clause in the
right
in that provision, and I don't. That's not really how you would analyze a purpose clause. I mean, if you want, the question is it legally allowable for you to authorize this? It is a discretionary act whether you decide to authorize the execution of this agreement. That's in your world. You have that authority.
So let me understand what you're saying. That if it does not meet the purpose, per se, all 100% of the purpose, or even 50% of the purpose, or even just 25% of the purpose, it is still discretionary on whether or not we want to utilize it in that fashion.
The purpose clause is normally written as a justification, a statement, a mere statement of justification for an ordinance. That would not be a central, unless it's written as a restriction. It would not act as a restriction. But as it may, you still have that, as a council, have the discretionary authority to decide whether or not to enter into this type of agreement.
Okay, and I want to say, and I apologize to whoever the abutters are on this, because it has no reflection on them as to how this is. I just think this is, by exempting the wastewater, because it would have cost too much and it was too far away, and then doing this with the water line, it seems like this isn't being done fairly or equitable. So I understand we're looking to review this and getting this straightened out, but I'd prefer that we'd have a lot more consistency in how this is administered. Yes.
Yes, sir. One other thing to add that I think is kind of left out of the equation. The abutters do have a pond and a well on the property, but this line is really predominantly for fire protection. There's no way to run a fire hose across the right-of-way of Weber Road to service their property in case of a catastrophic event. And by putting in this line, it allowed for them to get a fire hydrant so the fire station can serve them, but it also T-heads out and will service 130 acres off to the other side. So it's not just solely for them. This was something that we talked about, and I talked with Gabe Hinojosa about a lot about how this works, and went back amongst meeting notes, and because that was before my time, just trying to figure out where we were with it. So that's another aspect of this that's required as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Garza.
Aren't there some industrial sites in there, some light industrial sites? Don't we have isn't Weber right in that general proximity, right? And so that being said, the adjoining properties to the abutters, they're in the city's preferred viewpoint. I was part of the J-list when I was in the planning commission, so it seems to me like we talked about a lot of these properties being recommended to get developed as industrial or light industrial sites, so that you don't have the larger or denser population of people located in those areas. And in my opinion, you have to look for ways to allow the folks that have those areas to develop in a way that makes sense. That's not going to be in conflict with the city's, with the Navy's mission, but also still be able to capture some development value going forward, right? The protections you're talking about would be for some properties in there and some light industrial uses in that area?
That's correct.
Okay. So at the end of the day, some of the funds that we may be able to get from some of those developments might be able to reimburse the developers fund.
Exactly.
And still not just leave those areas subject to developing in a manner that's in conflict with the J-list or with the...
Exactly.
Right? And at some point there were some discussions about buying some of those lands out in order so that they do not develop in a residential fashion that would be then conflict with the Navy's mission, so that which would be a lot more expensive than just making some allowances on the waiving of wastewater lines or the extension of a reimbursement of water services, right?
Right.
In your opinion?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I don't see any other comment. Any other comments from the council? Any questions from the public on item 8? Yes, sir.
Item 8 is the Ibarra tract, right? Chip Urban of the Urban Engineering, 2725 Swantner. We do have some clients that have spoken to us, particularly about this particular request. And I think there's a couple of points that need to be brought forward. When asking for a reimbursement through the trust funds, there are 4 criteria you have to meet. 2 of those are, number 1, you have to be a developer. And number 2, it has to be on the master plan. Both of those are not met in this case, so I don't think it qualifies. This is a 1-lot development for a single-family residential development, is my understanding. So if I'm wrong, somebody tell me. But that is not what this is intended for. Yes, it does need fire protection, but I cannot tell you how many developments I have brought to the development services where the project has died because the cost to extend a distribution line that's not on the master plan is just proven too costly. The wastewater waiver is actually something where I think the staff is completely in agreement with, is correct. There's a provision in there that if it's not within a reasonable distance, that you can apply for a waiver. So, you know, I agree with that. As far as the reimbursement for the water line goes, I don't think that that meets the intent of the ordinance.
Okay. Anybody else on item number 8?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Murray Bass, Bass & Welch Engineering, 3054 South Alameda. We're the engineers from Ms. Ibarra on this project. We've been jumping through the hoops for a little over a year now trying to get this project on the road. I submit that when you have to plat a piece of property that's unplatted, you become a developer. You have to provide with the utilities. You have to do all the things that a developer does for a 50-acre subdivision, whereas ours is, I think, 9. 1 lot. Small tracts pay the same fees that the large tracts do. And there are a lot of small tract subdivisions that, on 1 lot, 2 lot, that pay their fees and realize nothing from it. It'd be interesting to see on the trust fund where the funds come from, because there are a lot of small lots that do pay these fees that don't receive anything for it. A few years ago, we extended a 16-inch water line further out FM 43 or Weber Road extension from Chapman Ranch Road to London School, a 1-acre plat. Look what's done out there since then. About the same time that was going on, this line, the 16-inch line, was built on from Chapman Ranch back around, I don't know where it ended, but it was on the south and east side of Weber, the one we're going to tie into to provide service to this lot. And there were no, at the time, for some reason, and I'm sure it was economy, there were no extensions put across Weber to provide for the use of that water out of that 16-inch water line, because it was probably out of the trust fund also. But as been mentioned here, we're going to open up that area, 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile of the west side of Weber Road to development, because it'll be more economical now for a developer to come in and do something there because he can get this water. Previously couldn't.
All right.
I think that pretty well sums up our situation. Any questions?
All right. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Good to see you, Mayor.
All right, any other comments? All right, can you address Mr. Murray's comments about, when you have to replat, that meets the criteria so that, or what this is?
The UDC has a definition of developer, and it's really anybody who constructs. Who you construct a house, an office building. In this case, I guess this Ms. Ibarra is constructing her house, and it doesn't really say, he went as far as say is when you plat, but if anybody who builds, the definition, that makes them a developer, so it makes them able to access these funds. If they contribute to the fund, the trust fund, and they are building, then they have access to these funds, if council
We've got people who contribute nothing that's gotten access to funds. Haven't we in the past had people get money out of the fund that haven't ever contributed to it?
I find, I can't respond to that. I wouldn't.
Well, you weren't here. That's before your time. So I can't point to something specific, but I think I won't get into the details, but there may be a million reasons why I think that. But anyway, but under the current operations, would this meet access to the Development Trust Fund?
That's why staff recommended approval. And by the way, item number 9 is very similar, that you left on the consent agenda. It's very similar in that it has distribution lines that are not necessarily on the master plan, but they do service, I can't remember the item, but they do service development, and we approve that. I'm sorry?
Who is item number 9?
I'm sorry?
No, but who is doing item number 9?
Tolosa Reserve.
I'm saying, who is the builder?
NP Homes.
Or the developer, who?
NP Homes.
And that was not on?
That was on consent.
That was on consent.
No, I'm saying it wasn't on the master plan. You just said it wasn't on the master plan. And
the distribution lines, I think they had an 8-inch and a 6-inch, if I'm not mistaken, and it's not necessarily on the master plan because the lines are so small.
Okay, but
so consistently, we've done that before, and I've got a whole list where we've done it before in the past, just to show consistently, right or wrong. We're inconsistent at what we do. Sometimes we recommend 100%, sometimes we recommend 50%, but we're working on it. As the councilman said, next Friday, not this Friday, but October 4th, I think, we're starting our first meeting with all of the development community, which, everyone who's involved in the development process, to begin to talk about the trust fund, the viability of it, the sustainability of it, the sense of it, and we'll go from there.
And the consistency of it.
And the consistency of it, yes. Because if we need
the accountability of it. The two things I think that they're asking for, plus others, is one, they want to get some consistency, and two, they want some accountability.
Understood.
Because for years they couldn't get an answer to how much money was in there and who's paid in and who's paid out.
Understood.
And so, but under the, never mind this 75-day window that we gave the staff, operating as we've been operating, what you're presenting in number 8 is that it meets the criteria.
Absolutely.
Even though Mr. Urban doesn't agree with that.
Right, but since I've been here a week and a couple of days, I've met with the Builders Association twice about this specific.
You spent 5 years here the first week and a half, right?
I met with the Builders Association twice. They've expressed their concerns, and I got them to, we agreed that this is how we've done it, inconsistently, good or bad. This is just how we've done it. So they've agreed not to oppose, right, like Mr. Urban came up and opposed. But we know that we're going to work on something in the future, to improve this, how we interpret it, consistency in what we do, accountability in what we do. So we've got a plan looking forward, but we just, we know the things we do are not necessarily A-okay, but we're working toward a better solution.
Well, the only other comment I'd make is that you're not obligated to take the full 75 days to solve this problem. So if you'd like to expedite that, I think everybody would appreciate it. Okay, any other comments on item 8?
Mayor, I move for approval.
Second.
All right, but and I'm going to support it, but I think what this reiterates is the need that we've got to get this mess straightened out. Mr.
Understood.
Smith, I'm sorry.
Well, and I agree. When we have two long-term members of our engineering community, very respected members of our engineering community, not coming from the same page, we absolutely need consistency. And it sure makes it hard for all of us up here to make a decision in an inconsistent manner. So, thank you.
All right, anyone else have any comments? There's a motion and a second for approval of item number 8. Any comment from the public? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, next item to be considered is number, I think, was it number 16 that was asked for?
Yes, that's right.
All right.
That was me.
Okay, Gil?
Okay, specifically here, and I want to make sure I said that this was done in a public aspect. We have seven streets here, correct? And you look at the presentation in terms of the construction time, it really doesn't say on how this is going to be done. And like I said, I wanted this to be done, spoken in open session here, was how this is going to be done. Is it going to be scheduled street by street, or are they all going to be done at the same time and all going to be extended over the, what, year and 3 months for construction, or are we doing them individual streets at a time? How is this going to work?
Well, first off, I can't really answer your question. It's really up to the contractor. We give them a contract completion date, and this kind of goes to their means and methods, but I can tell you based on our past experience how I think they're going to do it. And they're probably going to start with concrete work, and then follow that up with base work and paving. I don't think they're going to be starting on all of them. They're probably going to have 2 or 3 under construction simultaneously, and as they're wrapping up, they're going to move forward to the next streets. And we probably would stop them if they go try and get all of these opened up. And
well, that's what I want to say. That's what I wanted to avoid, is that they all opened up at the same time and they all last the entire, what is it, 15 months for the construction. They're all under, all torn up for the entire time frame. So if you have some schedule where some of these streets can be done, individually and done quicker and then in sequence, so that the residents aren't, in a situation where they're bad. And that would be
we'll
something
make sure that doesn't happen.
Work with the contractors. Now, I know going forward, we had said when we did the bond for 2018 for all the funding, I think we have $25 million for the streets that had been selected. I don't agree with all the streets, but that's another story. In making sure that these packages are somewhat smaller instead of this large, to where you can get more contractors involved. Would that be an issue?
We absolutely have a plan to do that, and we've tried to break them down into some packages. At this point, it's just a plan, but we've been on about a weekly basis meeting with the manager and going over this plan, and we're going to have about a half dozen different construction packages that are going out as part of that residential reconstruction program. Mm-hmm. And they're going to be staggered in size, so some of the smaller contractors are going to have an opportunity to bid on those.
Okay, I know we'd asked for regular reports on the status of construction. If you can include these on there as well. I have two streets, Open Gate and Fox Run, on this particular for District 5 that have been in pretty bad condition for a long time, and I appreciate that they're on there and they're going to get done here. As a matter of fact, I've gotten a few emails that I'd forwarded on to you about when it was going to be when it was going to start. But I appreciate that, and if we can, just keep us informed. Also, if you can, I was still waiting on the information on the status of our arterials and collectors and where they are in their preventative maintenance. Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve.
There's a motion second on item 16. I don't know, for the record, you want to read out and identify the streets that are being done, so in case somebody happens to be watching, they'll know their street's going to be that?
Okay, absolutely, sir.
I mean, anytime we're doing something to help residential streets, we want to try to get as much information out as we can.
Woodway Creek Drive from Violet Road to Willowwood, Pernitas Creek Drive from Caliche Creek Drive to Saspamco Creek Drive, Turkey Creek Drive from Pernitas Creek Drive to Cliff Crenshaw Street, Harry Street from Monette Drive to Lansdowne Drive, Topeka Street from Ropes to the dead end, and Fox Run Drive from Hunt Drive to Open Gate, and Open Gate Drive from Lost Gate to Fox Run.
All right. Well, hopefully we'll get a press release out to identify these streets too. And this is, I guess, this is just authorized to move forward, and you'll get a contract when the construction date.
This construction contract, and this was, you may recall, this was the money that the city manager was directed to identify that year that we did not pass the tax.
Right. All right.
Mayor, just, if I could add, it's close to $6 million of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
What, Jeff, what's the linear distance, do you know?
I don't have that figure. I could get it.
Yeah, to know what we're paying a street mile at, or a square yard.
All right, we got a motion and the second on item 16. I don't see any other comments. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, now Ms. Huerta, help me here now. Number 18 is not requiring a public hearing, is that correct?
That's right, Mayor. Yeah, we're going to take that under the first reading section.
So we'll skip that and go to 19 then.
Yes.
For this. All right, we're going to skip
sir.
temporarily item 19,
Item
18, excuse me, and go to item 19, which does in fact fall under the category of a public hearing requirement. And it's an ordinance amending the urban transportation plan of Mobility CC and transportation element of the city's comprehensive plan to remove extension of Carroll Lane from Wickersham Drive to Costoris Road on the southeast side of Costoris/Carroll drainage ditch as requested by the Corpus Christi Independent School District and related to the development of a new high school campus. Who's going to be making that presentation? Dan McGinn.
Yep. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members.
I thought I saw your name on the TV, but it was McQueen.
No, that was not me.
You're not running.
I'm not running for Congress now, sir.
Okay.
Maybe someday, but not
I thought
yet.
I was having
Good
nightmare
afternoon.
dreams last night when I saw that. Okay, go ahead.
Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. This next item is a request by CCISD to amend the urban transportation plan by removing a portion of the proposed Carroll Lane Collector Street. The proposed collector is on a 60-acre site that they're proposing to build a new high school that will accommodate approximately 2,400 students. This is a kind of a location map of the south side. Got the aerial with the urban transportation plan overlaid. The proposed site is in this vicinity here. And I just wanted to highlight how the transportation plan system is kind of laid out within our south side. We have our arterials with Castors, Weber, Everhart, and Staples. And then we have the Saratoga, which is our east-west movement, along with Holly. And within those arterials, they carry the bulk of the volume of traffic within our community. And then you have these collector systems. And for the most part, they kind of do a cross. You'll see good access. They take the local residential street traffic from our single-family neighborhoods and direct that flow to our arterial system. The high school site, this is a closer look at it, is at the northeast corner of Castors and Saratoga, highlighted here with the black polygon. And I did want to highlight, again, we kind of have a closer look of that collector system that's within the kind of the arterial grid system. And the school is proposing to close the collector portion that is proposed here with the Carroll Lane, which is on the south side of the ditch. I did want to highlight, however, that even with the closure, we still are able to maintain that cross collector system that would be able to engage the traffic of the local residentials and still get them out to the various collectors, to the Holly to the north, Weber to the east, Castors to the west, and then Saratoga to the south. And these systems are all not built yet. The dotted lines are the portion of the collector system that is proposed and would be built with development or future CIP or bond projects by the city. As part of the request, CCISD provided a traffic impact analysis which identified several points justifying the removal of the Carroll Lane. Staff reviewed this and also came up with some other points to support that removal. This is a closer look at the at the proposal. The X's identify the portion of the road that they would like to remove. The blue area of the polygon is the proposed site of the new high school. We've got Castores on the west and then Saratoga to the south here. One of the biggest items that was mentioned throughout the TIA and evaluated by staff was the change in land use. This blue polygon, majority of that was planned for single-family residential uses where you would have a collector system that would feed the various residential development. Those local streets would tie into that collector system and then out to the various arterials. With the high school site, you have a larger kind of confined use, which they provide internal access and then out to the arterial system. Another provision within the TIA identified kind of the loss of a level of service, and even without the Carroll Lane extension here on the south end, we would still have adequate level of service at the various intersections that were evaluated throughout the study at Weber, Saratoga, Castores, and Saratoga. So even without that Carroll Lane extension out, the level of service still wasn't at acceptable levels. And one of the other items identified was in the Federal Highway Administration has recommendations on high school sites, and they recommend that they have at least 2 frontages. So this proposed site does meet the minimum requirements of having the 2 with Castores and Saratoga. I also wanted to add that the site is adjacent to a proposed trail system, and the CCISD does plan to build a trail system along the north side of their campus. This trail system would connect into the larger system as it develops out and would provide an access point for students that would live in those neighborhoods that would be adjacent to the campus area. It also provides, the study did identify an opportunity on the Wickersham Collector Street that could possibly be a drop-off point for kids to kind of get off there from a vehicle and then hop on the trail and easily get down to the campus. Here's a look at the site plan with Castores on the west, Saratoga to the south. One of the big items that this district mentioned to us was the loss of space. By the right-of-way dedication and construction of the road, they would lose 60 feet of space on the site. And as you're aware, this is a new site, had it's a little bit smaller, a little more constraints on development of the buildings and parking areas on the campus. So this slide is showing the light blue is the current ditch system. The purple is the proposed trail that would be within the ditch. The orange represents the dedication that would be required if the road remains. And you'd have that public road would run that north side of the campus, which was also identified as a possible security concern too. When you have a kind of a third public road access, it's just something they would have to plan for and secure on their site. With just the 2 frontages, it creates some better protection for them to develop the site in a way that could kind of constrain or limit access into the facility. And one thing with the access to the trail, we will be working with them to identify maybe places within the trail that could get you into the campus versus kids having to go all the way out to the stores and then into the campus. So we'll be working with them on options to get folks into the campus a little bit sooner. One of the final points I wanted to make was about the signal spacing. This was identified within the traffic impact analysis. Masterson is the most likely candidate on Castores to get a future signal. I know we've even had some folks that are interested now. We have the elementary school with Galvan here. Having both collectors come out to Castores would limit your abilities or would reduce the opportunities or warrants that we probably would see at Masterson. So you'd end up with 2 intersections on Castores that would probably not function as well if you just had the Masterson and Castores, because it's probably the only place you'll end up with a signal on Castores. So, and then with the spacing, it creates some concerns. The 800 feet, we have some other problems in the city where we do have those intersections that are so close together. And then finally, the spacing from Masterson to Saratoga for a signal, it would be more ideal for us as well. And these are just some examples of some other areas where we may have some signals that are a little close together that create some problems. Some of the Ashoka stores and Bronner Parkway, because this is, and Caramel Parkway, because these are a similar situation where you have two roads that are kind of paralleling a ditch and then come into an arterial. Now, these are a little bit closer than the example of the Carroll Lane, as it does come up a little bit north and comes into Masterson. But there's some issues that could arise if we were keeping both collectors into stores. And finally, based on all the TIA and staff's research, we are recommending approval of the proposed amendment. The Transportation Advisory Committee looked at this, and they also recommended approval of the removal with the condition that the trail be constructed, which CCISD has told us they have no issue with. And then Planning Commission also recommended approval. So I'm happy to take any questions. I know the applicant is here. We have a couple of folks from staff that also can assist with some questions. So thank you very much.
All right, we've heard the presentation, and the recommendation is approval from CCISD. Transportation Advisory Commission recommends approval. Planning Commission recommends approval. So we'll now open up the public hearing. And are there any comments from the public on the proposal on the street realignment and construction of the roadway, CCISD?
Rolando Garza, 8200 Leopard Street. I'm here on something else, Mayor.
Well, well, this is a public hearing on this item here. If it doesn't pertain to this.
It pertains to this.
Okay,
Go
ahead.
I just happened to be in the audience waiting on something else to come up, but this is, I think, District 3. Didn't CCISD run into some issues, Rudy? That now the city's being, with the traffic and kids getting run over out, I don't know what it's called at one of the schools out there, because of poor planning, streets weren't widened, there was no sidewalks, all this other stuff. Now they're talking about a trail coming into the backside, when you've got Cabinets Field there. Sports I was just over at Cabinets Field yesterday. Congestion's bad. You've got John Paul. You've got Galvan. Now you're talking about intertwining. I'm just sharing with you how I feel, because I'm there in that area every day picking up grandkids in that area. And I love the Carroll High School going up there. I don't have a problem. What I have an issue is they're giving you their plan on the traffic design. I'd feel more comfortable if y'all took a second look at it and see what you think, and have your guys look at it first. Second, I just want to have someone just walk up here and just sell it to you, since this is the way we think it's going to work. We think it's going to work that way? Or do we know for a fact? How are we going to alleviate some of that traffic from that area? That's a highly congested area. Have you been down there, been at 5 o'clock on Saratoga? From Saratoga to Staples? It's backed up, back to back. I'm just saying, where's the relief going to come out to? Into the neighborhoods, lighting traffic signals? That's what I'm worried about. If you think about safety of the folks that live in that area and their children, they're okay at this point. And then you're going to add all this to it and just take his word, what they're talking about. I'm not denying what they did was good work. I'm saying, who's going to be the guy that's not going to come back to the city and say, well, we should have done this like we did at the other high school, but we took their word for it, and now that everybody's coming to city council to complain, why didn't you expand the streets?
All right.
I'm just trying to avoid. You understand where I'm coming from, really? Ben?
Thank you.
Understand? Thank you.
All right. Well, just in answer to your question, the staff, and I'm assuming that's the city staff, recommends approval. And the Transportation Advisory Commission, that's the city's Transportation Advisory Commission, right?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor.
And the Planning Commission, that's the city's Planning Commission.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean,
Appointed
we
by
just
City Council.
didn't get this in the mail from CCISD and ask us to prove it without looking at it, right?
No, you did not.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
All right, any other public comment? All right, seeing no more public comment, then we'll close the public hearing and ask for council comments. Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And Dan, not sure when you started working for CCISD, but no,
Just kidding. Now, CCISD, you know, I'm sorry, they don't have the greatest track record on doing traffic studies and having good traffic outcomes. You just ask anybody who sends their kids to Colda Elementary, and then they can tell you personally. My kids go to Luther Jones, Grant, and Veterans Memorial. I can tell you when I drop them off, there's traffic backup on every one of those schools, especially right during the time frame when everybody's trying to get their kids there, and it is not a pretty sight. Okay, so when they say they did this traffic analysis and it's going to be all hunky-dory and roses and carnations, forgive me, I don't believe them at all. Plus, with Veterans Memorial, you're going to have a whole bunch of new development around it, apartment complexes, new housing. They didn't take that I don't think they took that into account when you have that, so you're going to add all that other traffic in place. Is that the same thing that's going to happen here? Now, we can't go back on this. Once we give up that easement, it's gone, right? You can't, so I don't think two street accesses is enough. That third one should be allowed to be in place in order to, anybody that lives north of that campus can exit from that aspect and not clog the arterials of Costores and Saratoga. And you can't look at this in isolation. You have Most Precious Blood. You have a charter school. You have Bishop Garriga. You have John Paul II, all on that street on Saratoga. You can't look at them just in isolation. You're asking, us to, put, and my guess is when you have a brand new high school like this, it's going to be a large high school with lots of students. Not only you're going to have young drivers on there that are just got their driver's license traveling to this school, but you're going to have, I drive on this all the time. I live not far from there. My guess is when they open this, my daughter's probably going to have to go to Carroll. So, this is probably going to affect me personally. So it's one of those things where I don't trust that this is happening, and I would hate for us to leave something on the table to allow for egress from this campus without really looking at it from the perspective of future development. Now, the exit at Carroll Lane into Costores doesn't necessarily mean you exit it and cross Costores and make left-hand turns. You can make it a right-hand turn only as you're exiting. There could be things that could be done to mitigate some of those things that are happening. But for us to give this up, and like I said, I really don't trust what CCI has done because of their track history in the past.
But just to make you aware, there are some things that are still in discussion about some traffic mitigation measures that would take place on Costores and on Saratoga with TxDOT controls Saratoga, so they're working with them on some of the traffic mitigation measures, medians and controlled turning movements, and we would also be doing the same thing with them on Costores.
Okay, I understand, but like I said, I would hate for us to give this up because once we give it up, it's gone, right? And so it would be better for us if we kept it there and manage that process. So the individuals in the back behind it in that whole neighborhood, and I don't want to discriminate against them, I want them to have access to the school to be able to exit from that aspect and not just have them force them to go out to Costores and come to it. And plus, I don't know when Wickersham's going to be built. Or what's the other street, Masterson?
Masterson kind of turns into to Wickersham, and then Norchester is the one.
Norchester,
the one adjacent to Most Precious Blood.
When are they going to be built?
Well,
is there anybody knocking on the door to build it for us?
No, not. We haven't any recent proposals, but collectors are typically built by private development as development comes along. But there are situations where the city could look at developing a collector system also. So that could be an option in the future if it was needed.
Okay, well, there's a lot of concerns here that I don't think have been answered And I looked through that transportation study, and I don't think it has been answered. And like I said, you can't look at it in isolation with all the other schools that are in the area and what that traffic's going to be like going forward. I don't want us to shoot ourselves in the foot and give up this easement. I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
Mr. Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Hernandez, you're a solution in search of a problem. I want to commend you, Dan, and Peter, and Annika. I know that they've been working on this particular issue for quite some time. I know they've met with Mr. DeBala quite frequently. I believe they are briefing on a monthly basis and looking to increase that. So I know there's been a lot of coordination, which historically has been challenging, which could probably attest to maybe the challenges that Councilman Hernandez has to come up with. Yeah, I've been traveling down that corridor for over, I guess, 33 years. Well, 33 years. Yeah, over 33 years. This morning, I left at about, and there was Most Precious Blood, there was the charter school, Bishop Garriga and John Paul. It took me about 12 minutes to get from Saratoga and Everhart to the Crosstown Expressway. I imagine with 2,400 students going through there right about 8:30, that might add, if you probably took the other student bodies and all those others, I doubt that might add another 12 minutes. The other thing that I might add, as I ingest, but somewhat seriously meant, is I said, if you really want to study a good traffic pattern, then perhaps, Most Precious Blood, which I've been a parishioner now for in excess of 30 years and been going to Mass out there, that we have about 10,000 parishioners out there. The most popular Mass is 10:30. They've only got one way in and one way out. And if you really want to get some good traffic patterns, go out there when the Cowboys play at noon. I like to call it the Cowboy Mass, because you'll see all the Cowboy fans at 10:30 trying to get out there before 12 o'clock to exit out of that church. And there's a Mass at 12:15. Just recently, the pastor just recognized that we're going to go ahead and change it to 12:30 because of all the rush of everybody to get out there. So I would say that we have some divine support that has taken to a tune that he could get out there. He could get his people out of Mass in 15 minutes to be able to make it in time for the game. So having 3 children that went to Galval Elementary, we've dealt with that challenge with stacking on Castores. We were very appreciative with the development, the extension of Masterson, so that way when that created another access point. However, it's still obviously a challenge. I foresee it also because I know of accidents that have been out there of people trying to turn left, and it probably wasn't the best thing to do. And I think that it would be prohibitive to add that other lane, the extension of Carroll Lane, because once again, as you so mentioned, then we're going to have the same challenge that we have on Staples between Williams and SPID, along with the challenge that we have on Staples with regard to Carmel Parkway, the challenge that we have on Castores with Bronner Parkway. Mm-hmm. Having those 2 intersections does back up traffic. And adding another intersection, once again, for a building that's going to require 2,400 students, I think is not productive. I think it would also, once again, the placement of the school, even though I would have preferred it to have been on the other side of Weber, where I think it probably wouldn't have had as much challenges, but we're here where we're here. And so I think from that perspective, I know the individuals on Wickersham and Norchester have been wanting another extension to be for quite some time, because too many of those streets, particularly along the backside of Carroll Lane, are used as collector streets, and they're just residential streets. So I, for one, and once again, I've met extensively with staff, and I want to thank staff for all the time they've put onto it. Had a lot of questions because I was concerned, in particular, because of all the bad press that was able to control the narrative about Carroll High School and CCISD. I wanted to make sure this ran as smoothly as possible. So obviously, you can see I'm in support of this. So once again, I wanted to thank you, Dan, thank you, Peter, and thank you, the rest of the staff.
Councilman Garza.
A lot of the comments I was going to say were already mentioned by Roland when he walked up to speak. I mean, I was then the councilman in District 5 when we've had some issues related to Coldra. I'm going to support this particular action because I know it's the only way they can get that school fit in that particular site. I also believe that that site appreciates CCISD moving the school from the previous originally designated site to that site. But the frustration or the concerns that I have is that I just want to make sure our city manager here has good communication with CCISD. We've had some options, and it's been a safety hazard, and my concerns are not about the inconvenience of how long it takes to get in and out of each school ground and how long people have to take to drop their kids off, because if it's raining, it's going to take longer, and some people can't walk 10 feet, so they got to wait till 2 or 3 cars clear and get to the very front of the place. But the thing about it is that at Coldra particularly, we had to rush, the city had to rush to make improvements to Slow Road, and it's interfering and it's making it difficult in the construction of reconstruction of Rodfield. I pushed to get Rodfield Road on the bond election in 2014 because I knew of what all the development was going to cause and quite a traffic issues it caused out there. And there's been options, at least some former employees, staff members of the city said that we had options to be able to do some, or at least asphalt some portion of the land there and around Coldra to be able to locate or what's the word I'm looking for? Stage some of the traffic or some of the people waiting to pick up or drop off their kids on city grounds. And you've seen for the last few years just cars being staged on Rodfield Road, and that's been an extremely dangerous situation. So again, I mean, we're doing things to correct things on Slow Road. We did things that we had to correct over and put in a brand new street over at Ennis Jocelyn after they located Dot Atkins there. And so we're constantly having to rush in to try to correct or improve an issue that's created because there wasn't good talk. At the time when I was first on the council, we had a councilman who was married to a CCISD trustee, and we still didn't have good communication to figure out what we should be doing from the city standpoint and the council standpoint. So all I'd like is to make sure that from a staff standpoint, if there is an issue that's created that we didn't anticipate or that wasn't given in this particular analysis, that we address it jointly. It's not the city's issue after an issue is incurred or issues are created. It's a community issue, and that involves CCISD and the city of Corpus Christi. And so again, I just want to make sure that we have cooperation in solving the issues, because they can be solved real quickly if you have good cooperation. And if you don't, then it takes forever, and then that's where the safety issues take a long time, and our public is in jeopardy.
Yeah,
So
I agree with you, Councilman. I personally met with several of the CCISD staff in the past week to make sure we're doing the right thing here. And I've been in communication with Dr. Hernandez, the superintendent from CCISD. And our goal is to have that good coordination and conversation with the district in all matters when it comes to city-school cooperation and coordination. And as on a personal note, my children are going to CCISD, so.
Well, particularly, like I said, when it's a safety issue,
right,
we have to figure out a way to prioritize it so we can solve it and fix it together. Dan, I know that we've had several amendments to the urban transportation plan, there's something in the works to be able to update it and bring it all, do a comprehensive, I guess, document that's going to include it all?
That's something we would like to do. We're wrapping up a travel demand model forecasting that will help us kind of, it feeds the information that we need to do an urban transportation plan update across the city. And that's something we need to talk with the management team, but it's something that also it's on the MPO's radar that they could actually help us maybe with a project like that. But it is something that we've discussed as a project maybe that we should be looking at to roll into after the traffic demand model is complete. Because the traffic demand model provides you, it's kind of a build out scenario, year 5, year 10, 15, 20, and then gives you kind of an idea of where your trips will be going and generated, and we can size the roads appropriately. Maybe some of the roads we have identified as arterials don't need to be. Maybe we could reduce them down, save some money, and put collectors in, or maybe some of our collectors aren't sized appropriately. So that will help us make some decisions, and it also will help, we envision kind of a prioritization also that would help us identify which roads maybe we should be looking at to do first. So that's something that's on our radar that we'd like to.
What can we do up front or ahead of time to be able to make sure that we have the ability to install that light there at Costorus and Masterson in a timely manner? Because if get to a point where the school's built, I mean, I think we were still waiting on a traffic light over at Also Parkway and Staples, and we were promised that light almost 2 years ago when we first pushed to get the Movies and Moores project or the Alamo Drift. Is it on now? Okay, good. Okay, good. Is it on? All right, good. Well, I know it just took a long time, a lot longer than we expected it to take. And I know that was TxDOT, but I know there could have been a little pressure from us to get that operational. But are there some things that could keep us from getting that light installed at the right time?
Traffic signal, typically we're looking at warrants, and if it exceeds or meets that, then yes, then that's kind of the trigger point to install the traffic signal, and at that point, then it's just a matter of identifying correct funding or what options there may be to put it in.
Yeah, let me just add to that, if I can, Councilman, that we already had the conversation with the district staff this past week to raise that issue, and I told them, and I would repeat it again today, that we shouldn't wait until we have a traffic problem. And so we're going to identify over the next 2 years funding, either between the city and CCISD, to get that light funded and installed before we have a problem. So we know we're going to need it. We don't need to wait for a traffic warrant to say, oh, yeah, we need it. We know we're going to need it. So what we have to do now is this budget coming up for 2021 or maybe 2022, work to identify the funding between the two entities and get it funded and put it in.
As a good faith gesture on the CCISD's part, I'd still like for y'all to sit down and figure out what we might be able to do to improve the COLA situation, whether we can do some sort of stacking or staging of vehicles on CCISD property there at COLA, so that we don't have all the traffic and the safety issues that we've got there during the construction phase and going forward. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Guajardo?
Mayor. Well, my concern was, as Mr. Garza mentioned, the traffic that's going to happen or going to, I guess, incur on Saratoga. But it's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that you are working with your team, who are professionals, by the way, and I have to say I do resent the comment that Councilman Hernandez said to you, because you're doing your job and I appreciate what you're doing. You don't work for CCISD, you work with CCISD, as you should. So Mr. McGinn, thank you for your work and your team's work, because I know it's a group effort and you are professionals, and we rely on you and your work that you bring forth. So that it's offensive to me. You're working with TxDOT in regards to Saratoga and the turning and all of that?
Yeah, our traffic engineering group, it's a collaborative effort with our traffic engineers are working with TxDOT, and then we're also working with CCISD and their design team.
Okay, great. And one thing maybe, and I don't know if this has come up yet or not, but maybe the release times of the different schools there, between the New Carroll, of course, Most Precious Blood, the school, of course, John Paul II, and I guess Garriga's right there with them. I'm not sure how big that school is, but maybe the release times in terms of staggering them, or, I don't know, but I guess that would be something that CCISD could certainly enlighten us with. But anyway, I wanted to thank you for the efforts in working together, because I think it's, as Councilman Garza said, the school's coming. And we're past this business of the location. It is where it's going to be. And now we need to work together to make it the best it can be. And by the way, development is going to continue along this corridor. Saratoga is not fully developed, and the lanes are what they are. So we work together, and that's the key. So, Mr. McGinn, thank you very much.
Hey, Mr. Smith, Mr. Hunter, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's going to be very quick. I doubt the school is going to cause that much more congestion, because that road is way more congestion than it should be. I've been saying this since I got on here. Stoplights are not synchronized out there, and it's miserable, not just during that time, but every time during the day, and it's terrible. And it has always been that way, and I've always said it, I'm not going to back down. The stoplights are so mistimed at Saratoga. Every time I'm out there, all I want to do is call every one of you on the phone and videotape this. I mean, it is terrible. So, other than that, I very much so support the project. Stoplight synchronization, miserable.
You just need to leave 5 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
That's impossible.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Mr. McGinn, either page 631 or 632 in our book, could you call that up?
Is it in the TIA? So, I'm sorry, I don't have that. Your book pages.
Current transportation plan or proposed amendment.
Yep.
Okay, can you put it on the screen?
Can I have the PowerPoint, please?
Okay, well, back one.
632 in our book.
Yeah, right there. So proposed amendment. You've got the X. I'm wondering what's going to happen from Carroll Lane, from the property line of the school to Wickersham. Are we going to drop that, or? And why I'm asking this, so we're speculating the way the school's designed, all the parking is there on Costorus and Saratoga, but you've got a big distance to the sports fields. So is that going to stay in the plan, or is that just going to drop off at Carroll Lane? Just the portion from Wickersham, yeah, right there.
That's part of the request to remove also, just that this is a different property owner to the north, and we envision maybe that will be some type of residential use, but.
Well, I imagine, I guess, but what I'm is that really a wise thing to do if things don't turn out well on there? They do need some backdoor traffic to their sports fields or relief on there. If we give that up, then we've closed that door.
We did talk about a possible kind of rear access point, like a private drive system. They have something similar at the Veterans High School, which takes you back to the Brockhampton and Bronx. And just we had some issues kind of coming up with the design and what would be required of this owner. We have talked to them about maybe a possible access point that would take you over to Norchester, and I think that's something that they're looking at as a private drive within the project that would maybe get you over to Norchester. But we did look at that and just the design and how that would work on kind of having that dead end collector that would kind of terminate it at that site. It just wasn't something they wanted to pursue as far as design
But the property owner that proposed right-of-way has always been there, right? So this was on our master plan, so he's not really losing anything if we leave it in?
No, I mean, you're correct. I mean, it's not, he's always been there. It's certainly something that could stay as an option. We could work with that developer in the future whenever they were ready to do anything on.
Well, I think the school district would be much better off if they did have a proposed relief or a possibility of relief on there. It's definitely not going to add traffic to Saratoga Costorus. with it, and they still gain their ditch line on their actual property themselves. You can see just from their layout, it's a tight site. But I'm just looking, and heck, you know, those sports fields, you're going to get your exercise walking to the sports fields, so they don't have any access with it. Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Hey, Mr. Barrera?
Thank you again, Mayor. You know, I also wanted to thank Albert Quintanilla. He's also, I know, put some work into this. You know, once again, I think, number one, I think there's nothing wrong with walking, particularly if you're going to a sports field. And you know, I just want to echo what, you know, a couple of the comments that were said was that, you know, when I first moved there back in 1986 on the Crestmont side, I really anticipated that the community was going to grow in that direction, and it just kind of hasn't. And so now we're very excited that that area is expanded. Roland used to live out there as well, and we lived in the crash zone, and so and didn't know it. I think I've said, coming from a background with transportation, I think there's nothing wrong with traffic calming. There's nothing wrong with slowing traffic down. The more pedestrian friendly it is, the better. I've never been a fan, or I shouldn't say I've never been a fan. Back to 1999, when I first got on the RTA board, I recognized that we don't all have to park right at the front door. You know, we don't all have to park right in the front door, and particularly high school students, they can learn to walk. I used to walk to school myself. So I don't think there's an issue that we need to drop kids off right in front. And I think with the new development, right now, I think safety is a concern as well as having another exit or another in and out. From what I understand, the road that we asked them to put on Veterans Memorial, they've shut that down. So the other thing I want to add is that I forgot to mention before, and I think the manager may have just alluded to it, is that one of the things that staff had come away with is reviewing all the possible traffic mitigation to make it as safe as possible, and put in a budget to that, and so that way we can address those items with CCISD and with TxDOT in this particular case, so that way we can improve the area, and that way we can be good to go without any headaches come July of 2022, correct? 2022. So yeah, I wanted to really mention that I felt that the staff was recognized that we're going to get really proactive, so that way we can make it as safe as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And Dan, hopefully I didn't offend you by saying you work for CCISD. Well, sorry. If you were offended, I apologize that you were offended. However, there's something I also failed to mention here, and I just recalled this. Because of security concerns at these schools, access and entrance into the schools are limited. At Veterans, I think there's only 3 points of entry in the morning. So you have 3 spots. So everything is funneled into those areas. It's not like it was in the past where you would be able to drop your kid off just about anywhere and they could go and walk into the school at various points. Right now it's restricted to certain areas. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of how it is now. So you're going to have these very, very limited points of access where everybody's going to want to go. To Councilman Barrera's point of people wanting to drop off their kid right in front door, it's a reality, whether we want to or not, whether we decide for us to decide how parents drop off their kids. You know, and then with all the additional traffic, and we know that it's coming, development's coming. To Councilman Guajardo's point, Saratoga is not built out. There's a lot of opportunity to build more there. We should not eliminate an opportunity to egress from that area by eliminating this from the master plan. I understand that CCISD will lose some parking spots because of this. And, to Councilman Smith's point, it would actually give some access, travel access to some of those sports fields from a road. There's lots of good reasons to keep this street. And you don't have to put a light at it. Like I said, you could put a median in or some sort of a barrier on Costor so people don't make a left turn from that street or even from the parking lot, because that's a big concern. I see that a lot with people coming out of Veterans Memorial making a left turn onto Cimarron. And there's been a lot, it causes a lot of problems. So, and I understand, Councilman Barrera has a good friend on CCISD, and, we want to make sure we have good relation.
7.
Okay, 7. We shouldn't, give up this because it'll give us the opportunity to ensure safer traffic. If you have people coming off of that school and going north to Carroll Lane, to those neighborhoods up there, to have access over there, that's less traffic on Costors, and that's less traffic on Saratoga. It is just a numbers thing, and I understand that we should not give this up. It is important for the safety, and I could see accidents happening just by the sheer number of traffic. Let's not do that. Let's not give this up. And like I said, I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
And Ms. Guajardo?
Yes, quick question, and I forgot to ask. I apologize. Mr. McKeon, the trail, what is the minimum? How big is that trail going to be, the little hike and bike? I say little bit.
It's a minimum of 10 foot.
10 foot? Okay, and so the site plan shows a fence. My concern here is just that the trail is accessible to the school without, I don't know how that works with or without a fence, but.
Within the TIA, their site plan, probably not that level of detail just yet, but the TIA did recommend some places within the fence that you could head south instead of the kids going all the way to stores and then back in. The TIA recommended that there be some openings on that trail to have better access.
There will be.
Yeah, we haven't seen those details quite yet of the site plan, but yeah, we'll work with CCISD to determine exactly where those should be.
Okay. Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Hernandez, or did you just finish? Okay. Just one question for clarification. On the proposed site plan, what did you call it, 621 or something like that? On 632, proposed amendment.
Can I have the PowerPoint again, please?
Excuse me?
I asked for the PowerPoint to come back up.
Okay. I just want to make real clear I understand. At some point, they're going to extend Carroll Lane down to and make a westerly turn, I guess, equal to, that's Masterson, so it will be on the same street as the Galvan Elementary, and that's where the proposed light fixture is.
Correct.
Street signal. All right. So there will be no traffic, no street whatsoever other than a bike trail from the Carroll property to the ditch.
Correct.
And the fence then would be there to keep people from falling off their bikes into the ditch, I assume. No fence there to keep them from falling into the ditch?
No, you could still fall in the ditch. The trail.
Still fall in the ditch.
The fence would be on the other side of the trail. So that you had the ditch, and then the trail would be kind of on that upper edge of the ditch. And then they would have, I envision there would be a fence on their property line with, strategic openings.
So they're adding between two fences?
No, there'll just be the one fence. Let me see if I can.
You're going to have a fence between the sidewalk and the school property so they can fall in the ditch, but they can't turn onto the school property?
The fence would be there along that edge of the property, and they would follow basically the perimeter. And then you have the stormwater ditch, and then the trail system is within that stormwater.
Okay, I'll let y'all worry about the fences. If they can't stay on a pad, they probably ought to fall in the ditch. My concern is I don't see any ingress or egress along that Carroll Lane ditch, which means you're going to have so there's no access whatsoever from the Carroll property to the extended Masterson Street. So you're going to have whatever you're going to have coming in at that intersection, and then all of that parking from Carroll High School, and I don't know the distance between, on this map, I don't see the numbers, but you're going to have, at least according to the map that I'm looking at over here on page 614, there's going to be at least 2 ingress and egress, if I'm using the terminology properly, within about 500 feet of Costoris and Saratoga intersection. You got 2 driveways entering and exiting Carroll High School, and then you've got the signal another 500 feet down the road.
Yeah, the current site plan as proposed, and they're still working exactly what these drives look like, if they would be just right in, right out, which I think might be likely on Saratoga. But right now they're proposing 3 driveways on Saratoga and 2 driveway access points here on Costores. And
okay, but the only way off of that Carroll campus right now from that parking along Costores is you got two slots shown right here going onto Costores, and I'm assuming that would be a right-hand or left-hand turn onto Costores.
yes.
Well, that would be a concern. I hope they look and
Well, that will be something that we still need to work out the details of what traffic mitigation measures could be placed on Costores, maybe.
But I do think, and I don't know whether or not the traffic problems that I've seen, and if you look right there on a little speck just in the left-hand corner of your master plan, we're talking about this Costores-Carroll intersection. My office I'm over there every day, more than once or twice a day. I mean, my offices are right there, so I see this every day of the world. And I travel Costores to PID a considerable amount of time. The issue that I think is going to see some real relief, but I'm thinking, one, a light at that intersection of Masterson will be wonderful for Galvan Elementary, but the relief they're going to need, and I don't know whether we can acquire additional right-of-way or easement, is that when it's either school starting or it's bad weather or whatever it is, I mean, the stacking goes all the way to school and wraps around and ends up on Costores. I don't know whether you can buy another 10 foot to have a double stacking lane there or something when school starts, but that really is a problem for that Galvan. I mean, today, whether Carroll High School ever gets there or not, that's a big stacking problem for that Galvan Elementary. And as more traffic gets onto Costores, there's going to be a lot more traffic moving faster and faster, and they're just not going to be able to stop quick enough on those mornings when those mamas are backed up just waiting to make the turn on the Masterson, sitting there on Costores, even though it's got school light flashing signs and everything. But I mean, that issue needs to be dealt with regardless of the Carroll thing. But I mean, I don't have any problem with but I just want to point all these out, and hopefully that'll be part of the discussion when you come with the final plan, because that the other thing, if you look at this, the way that school system's drawn out, or the plat, and I don't know that you need to mandate, and I think this gets back to Mr. Hernandez's question, you might give some relief to the school from actually having to build a road on that by Carroll Lane. But if you look at that site plan, if you get some kid hurt out there on a football field or on that baseball practice field, and it's a serious deal other than a sprained ankle or something, and you look at where it's surrounded over here, when you're trying to get over here to Wickersham and all that sort of stuff, you have no emergency vehicle access to that back part of that campus.
Well, I know the applicant is here, but I think that there is a plan to have a fire access
Other than
road
helicopter.
that come back. So
Well, let's address that, because people will look at that picture and they'll say, how are you going to get an ambulance or a fire truck in there if you've got a problem? Now, I know on baseball fields, a fire truck probably not going to be called, but you could have some injury issues, and if you can't get an ambulance in there other than just riding up and down the side of the ditch and hope you don't fall in, but there's a fence there that'll keep you from falling in, so you'll be all right. How are you going to get an emergency vehicle there? Because you show no access to that campus except those 2 entrances off of Saratoga and 2 entrances off of Costorus.
Yeah, Mayor Chip Urban from Urban Engineering is a civil engineer, so he's going to address that for you.
Well, I'm hoping you're civil and you're not.
I'm going to try to be. I'm going to first, Chip Urban, Urban Engineering, 2725 Swantner. First, just take a second to wipe the egg off my face from earlier. I was not aware that the it had been worked out on item 8. So anyways,
all right.
We did meet with staff early on. Emergency access was something that was brought up early by the fire chief, and we did address that. And where Dan has drawn the red loop there, there's a 20-foot wide, or it's at least 15, but I know it'll support a fire truck and EMS services. They made it very clear that they needed access to all those sports fields so that if there was an injury and they needed to put somebody on a stretcher, they could get them in and out.
Okay, so I mean those will accommodate emergency vehicles.
Absolutely, and there's a fire lane marked on the entrance that comes off of Saratoga that comes up this way.
All right. Well, and then the other thing, and you know, boys will be boys. I can assure you, and I don't know, getting back to Dan and your fence along the track and your bicycle path, you get a bunch of high school kids got a pickup truck and they want to get to the back end. They're going to come down that Carroll Lane. They're going to be using that bicycle path with their 4-wheel drive pickup trucks.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, put it in 4-wheel drive and they'll just have a wonderful time. And if they go in the ditch, they'll just be that much happier.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do about that, but as we all know, security, safety in schools is something that's of the utmost importance and concern, including CCISD, and the fence around the perimeter of the school is something that's very much at the forethought of their security measures for the schools.
Okay. Well, I think you're kidding yourself if you don't think you're going to have some pickup trucks riding up and down that bicycle path out there.
They're very possible.
Matter of fact, 10-foot wide sidewalk concrete.
It is made. It is made to have ditch maintenance equipment, meaning a tractor with long reach mowing arm that can go through and maintain. So it's made to have a vehicle go down there.
Okay.
It's not paved. They're not supposed to be going down there,
All
but it certainly could.
Thank you for your work, and I'm sure you'll get all these worked out, and to CCISD, because I think this is a testament to the community coming together when they identified a problem in terms of our priority of protecting the Navy flight training and them relocating to this location and working out all these details. So to Catherine Susser and the board, we really do appreciate that.
Understood. Thank you. If there's any other questions I can answer, just let me know.
All right.
Mayor, I move for approval.
Second. There's a motion and a second. We've closed the public hearing? Yes. There's a motion and a second for approval of item 19. For the record, you want to call the roll?
So for passage of ordinance number 19 on its first reading, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Roy.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Barrera.
Aye.
Garza.
Aye.
Guajardo.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Emphatically no.
Hunter.
Aye.
Molina.
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
Okay, item 19, oh, let's see. Excuse me, wait a minute.
That was 19.
Item
Did I break it? No, you didn't break it.
18, 20, 21, and 22 are first reading ordinances. Is this correct, Ms. Werther?
Yes, sir. We can take them all in one vote unless somebody wants to pull an item.
All right.
Trying to reestablish access. Just a second.
The main thing on the 22, in case you haven't read it yet, I think, is they're just shortening the number of days we've got to file our ethics reports from 5 days to 3 days
Those
or
are
something?
for candidates. Yeah, candidates file. What this does is it allows for electronic filing instead of the paper filing that we've been doing. So paper filing is still an option, but there will be a new option to file your ethics reports electronically.
Okay.
So it's an efficiency measure that we've taken on with legal and IT.
Okay, anybody have any particular questions on items 18, 20, 21, or 22 on their first reading? Anybody from the public have any comment on number 18, 20, 21, or 22? It's 2 reading ordinances, it's the first reading. Any public comment?
21, Mayor.
Staff want to make any presentation?
Number 21. I have some questions.
All right, what's your question?
Yeah. Okay, as I recall, this was for allow a pass-through for a 5% increase. Yeah, and this is just, what is, as I understand, this is amending to have some language changed to allow AEP to pass it through their customers or wait until they...
Yeah, and I would like, we actually have negotiated this with AEP for over a year time period, sent several versions back and forth, and then we ended up with the previous version that was on the agenda. And normally you would have the opportunity to change if it was just an attachment, a document that was attached to a resolution that was being approved. However, in this case, the agreement itself is the ordinance. That's normal with franchise ordinances. So if you change just 1 or 2 words, you generally have to come back to council. And that's what we have here. Administrative errors.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions on 18, 20, 21, or 22? Anyone from the public? Seeing none, then entertain a motion. Well, I make a motion, call for the roll. Do I have a motion on 18, 20, 21, and 22 on their first reading?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second.
Mayor, I intend to vote no on number 21.
Okay.
We haven't voted yet.
Well, I know that, but if you bundle them together, then...
All right, well, let's entertain a motion then on items 18, 20, and 22.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, now I'll entertain a motion on item 21.
So moved.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second on item 21. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No, and that's because I voted no on the original one.
All right. Okay, we will be recessing there's no briefings, is this correct?
Correct.
All right, well, council, this is a new something that you may never experience again in your council career. I'm thinking this might be the first one I've done, or it may be the second.
Second.
Second. We can tell you it's the second.
Huh?
We can tell you it's the second.
About tearing the building down. So we're acting as the Board of Appeals. So procedure-wise, I need to recess the city council meeting and call the Building Standards Board of Appeals to order. Is that?
Well, you'll be, Mayor, in this instance, the council will be serving as what's called a quasi-judicial body. So you're going to be hearing from staff and from the appellant regarding this case that went before the Building Standards Board.
Okay.
And per our city code, certain opinions, certain decisions made by boards and commissions can be brought forward to the council for an appeal, and this is one of those boards that allows for that. So that's what we'll, and by when I say quasi-judicial, what that means is you're going to be determining what the facts are in this case as they're being presented by staff, and you'll determine whether the structure requires demolition. So you're only going to consider information relevant to those issues.
Okay, but do we recess we recess the city council meeting?
Yes, sir. And now you're going to serve as this quasi-judicial body.
And so do we call it to order, or we just assume we're in order?
You're in order. We're just going to go through this different process.
The Building Standards Board?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is first of all, I guess We can't go anywhere. Is the appellant here? Is the person,
Well, the first order,
okay, you're the appellant. Okay, so statement of facts, and then we'll hear from the appellant. So who's going to handle the statement of fact?
okay, that would be
I am.
Ms. Aguilar? Oh, no.
Diana
So
Garza.
Diana Garza.
Okay, y'all introduce yourselves and who you represent so we'll know exactly who all the players are.
I'm Diana Garza, Code Compliance Officer for the City of Corpus Christi.
Yvette Aguilar, Assistant City Attorney, City of Corpus Christi.
Okay.
Say it again. Yvette Aguilar, Assistant City Attorney, City of Corpus Christi.
Okay, well, who's making the 5-minute?
Ms. Garza
You're gonna-
is. Ms.
You're going to
Garza
make the
will
presentation laying out your case.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Statement of fact.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Diana T. Garza, Code Compliance Officer for the City of Corpus Christi Code Compliance Division. I stand here before you to present a statement of facts for 5029 Williams. Photographs being presented are the violations observed during my initial inspection of 5029 Williams on July the 10th, 2018. As a result, the building was deemed substandard. A notice of violation was sent to the owner, giving them 30 days to bring the property into compliance. The owner failed to meet the August 26, 2018 compliance date. Code enforcement filed a complaint with the Building Standards Board on September the 13th, 2018. The case was presented to the Building Standards Board on September the 27th of 2018. The board gave the owner 30 days to submit a full set of construction plans to the city for approval. The owner did not submit any plans. On November the 28th of 2018, due to the substandard and dilapidated condition of the residential accessory structure at 5029 Williams, the Building Standards Board declared it hazard to the health, safety, and welfare of the public. The Building Standards Board ordered the structure at 5029 Williams to be removed or demolished by the owner, lien holder, or mortgagee within 30 days. If demolition is not started and completed as required, then the city be authorized to demolish. As per Section 1324 of the City Code of Ordinance, an owner or occupant may appeal a decision of the Building Standards Board to City Council. Alma Leticia Suazo submitted a notice of appeal in writing on December the 12th of 2018 within 30 days of the board's decision. At the time, I would like to direct your attention to the property history, which is included in your package. This property has been brought before the Building Standards Board 2 separate occasions. The structure at 5029 Williams was first inspected on October the 1st of 2014 in response to a complaint received by code enforcement regarding a substandard building. I observed 2 structures on the property, a newly constructed residence and a structure residence that had been gutted out. During the investigation, it was discovered Ms. Suazo had hired a contractor to renovate the structure. However, the contractor never returned to complete the job. On March the 21st of 2011, Ms. Suazo was issued a permit to build a new residence on the property. On May the 5th of 2011, Ms. Suazo obtained a demolition permit for full demolition of the substandard structure on the front of the property. However, she did not demolish the structure. During November 17 of 2014, a notice of violation was mailed to and received by the owner, giving them 30 days to comply. The deadline was December 21st of 2014. Due to non-compliance, a complaint was filed with the Building Standards Board on July the 10th of 2015. On August the 20th of 2014, the case was presented to the Building Standards Board. The owner was granted an extension to meet with Development Services staff, and the case was tabled to the next meeting. On September 24, 2018, the case was presented to the Building Standards Board. The owner was granted a second extension to meet with Development Services staff and return with detailed plans to repair at the next building meeting. On November the 19th of 2015, the case was presented to the Building Standards Board. The owner did not return with detailed plans for repairs or cost of repairs. The board ordered, number 1, the structure to be repaired within 90 days and in compliance with the City Ordinance Section 13-22G. Second, the city will demolish the building if the action ordered is not taken within the allotted time. And third, the owner was to provide a progress report at the next hearing. On January the 28th of 2016, Ms. Suazo appeared before the Building Standards Board and reported no progress in repairs. The board announced the order would not be amended, and the owner was still required to comply with the original order to repair the structure by February the 17th of 2016. On March the 8th of 2016, a general residential repair permit was pulled for the property at 5029 Williams. On May the 6th of 2016, Ms. Suazo informed Code she was almost done with foundation repairs to the substandard structure. On August the 10th of 2016, a letter was sent to Ms. Suazo informing her the city would proceed with demolition due to noncompliance with the board's order to repair within 90 days. However, demolition was not completed due to instructions from a code enforcement supervisor to not proceed with the demolition. As time passed, no further repairs were made to the substandard structure, and a Building Standards Board member questioned the status of the demolition of the substandard structure. Due to the amount of time that had passed from the original board order and verbal instructions that conflicted with the original board order, a new case was started on the substandard structure to allow time for the owner to get the property in compliance. Thank you.
All right. As the appellant or someone representing the appellant would like to, you've got 5 minutes to present your case.
Hello, I'm Gregorio Esparza. I'm a representative from Alma Suazo. I'm her boyfriend, and I've been involved in this whole situation all these years. Like it was mentioned, the property was the home of Alma Suazo. It was contracted to a contractor to get remodeled. Unfortunately, the contractor stole $22,000 from Ms. Suazo after gutting the property. She had to find a place to live for a while, struggled. Thanks to her family, her mom left her a little bit of money. She got permission to build a house in the back on the same lot, with the existing property still there. It was supposed to be demolished initially, but after going back and receiving on 2013, she gained certificate of occupancy on a new property. We met with the City Development Service in 2015 with Mr. DeLauro and colleagues and got permission to reverse that first ruling, to go ahead and proceed and continue remodeling that property up in the front. I got documentation that proves that. So proceeded with the foundation work. Ms. Suazo is an employee of CCISD. She cooks meals for most of those kids. I keep hearing everybody's kids, CCISD. Well, she does that very diligently. So that's her employment, excuse me. Of course, the money she makes is not much, but what she's made, she has paid that property off herself in 15 years. It's a $177,000 property. Taxes are paid up. Very diligent to those facts. Her dream was to get that property and make it into a rental property, just like it's now it's a B1 or CN2 in that zone for business, and that's her dream, to do that just like the city has always wanted to do in that area. We finished the foundation. Matter of fact, she and I got a contractor to agree with us for us three to go into there and dig the holes for 46 piers ourselves, pour the concrete, strap it up.
We have a total of 5, 6.
And strap it up, and that's been done. Well, we got a letter saying that was okayed by one of the persons from code enforcement, saying, okay, I agree, it's good. Y'all continue and proceed as you wish. I've got the letter here stating that. Surprisingly, in 2018, we got a letter saying, your case has been opened up again. Well, 2017, of course, Hurricane Harvey came along, did some damage to her property, had to fix that, had to put all her funds back into her personal house. which slowed the progress down. So last year, she received we came in 2018 and told her she's got to tear it down. Her dream is dead. We put all that money and time in the foundation. It's strapped tight. Nobody's ever gone into that house. Never been any police action in there. Never been any. We live behind there. We see it every day. We keep it clean. Nobody's ever in there. We got to drive right through it to get in the property and right back out. Now her dream is to get that remodeled, finish that, get it remodeled, because that permission was given to her once, and now it's contradicting on the permits. So she that's tearing up a big dream Ms. Swaza has. The house in the back was permitted, and it was permitted to be done up in front. And now it's being asked to be demolished. I asked for Mr. Garza and Mr. Jortiz to come speak for us.
We only have a few minutes. We thought it was 5 minutes each person. Mrs. Swaza has invested over $10,000 on the foundation. I don't know whether your overhead here works. But if you look at the entire block, Mayor, and I went down there and took photos down there. Can you get the overhead up?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Can I call a point of order? The appellant's given 5 minutes to give their presentation on why the city council should side with them on their appeal, and then the council opens up the hearing for public comment. So if there's anybody who's in support of Mrs. Swazo's position, they would then be able to come up during public comment portion of the proceeding, not during the 5-minute portion that the appellant.
Then I'll let the appellant finish up and we'll come up for public comment.
Yes.
I'll need to open it.
Sorry. Just wanted to clarify.
Point of order. I agree with you.
Mr. Ortiz is the one, Joe Ortiz is the one that is going to be responsible for, have been trying to pull the permits on that property, and he encountered some issues with that. And once again, contrary to what was initially given permission to on that property, and I have documentation to prove that. So we filed appeal. She doesn't want to get that property torn down. We understand. We understand that it has to be fixed up, and that is the plan, to get it fixed up and make it into business property and be productive and pay taxes on the property.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we've got, if I understand this, got public comment, and the public can speak in behalf of the applicant or in behalf of the city.
Correct.
You got 3 minutes to plead your case, either in support of either side or in opposition to either side.
I'm Rolando Garza here on behalf of the appellant. I went down there, Mayor, on the project that they started, and I believe Mr. Ortiz will come up here as a professional designer and concur that at the point that she invested $10,000 into that foundation, stout, it's ready to go. The house is worth the value that currently it came up from $36,000 to $84,000 to $135,000 to $177.7 thousand. So when they get done in the back property that was built, Rudy, is a stucco huge project back there. That's what elevated it up to $177,000. So when they get done with this project, it'll be over $200,000 current taxes paid current. She was afforded the opportunity to come over. She doesn't speak English, as you can see. She hasn't spoke. She doesn't, she doesn't speak English. So she had representatives come for her. So I went down to the block this morning and thinking about code enforcement. Part of your block on Williams Drive is all boarded up, or you can't see the houses. You can't see them from the street. The grass is over 10 feet tall. It's overgrown. The property that she owns, nice, neatly mowed, taken care of, taxes up to par. The investment, the initial investment is to finish the property that's up front. The one in the back is done. Mr. Ortiz comes to pull a permit to finish and complete the project, submit plans. He's denied that opportunity because now there's a case pending before council. So you can't move forward. So he was like in a catch-22. So that's why we're here today, to kind of explain. Now y'all have three options. You can uphold the demolition, which I think is ridiculous because it's going to go up in taxes and the foundation investment intentions are there. Or you can modify or amend it and give it 6 months. The designer's here, the plans are ready to go, engineer, financing, everything is in place for her to finish it in less than 6 months. And they'll have two properties worth over $200,000 current on taxes for revenue for the city of Corpus Christi. We just ask for openness and fairness. I think Mr. Ortiz will wrap up with the rest. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mayor. My name is Joe Ortiz. I live at 3718 Menden Hall. Yes, I've been drawing plans and taking out permits for 45 years, and I was denied from Miss Diana to get a set of permits to continue working on the house. Now, you guys know that if you start working on the house without a permit, that's against the law, isn't it? It's against ordinance. So how can she finish the house if they're denying me a set of permits? It's common sense. Like Roland said, we're in a catch-22. Now, I want to ask y'all, who in code enforcement is a professional builder, an engineer, an architect? I asked, and they didn't say they had one. So how can anyone make a professional decision on this issue? Now, as you all know, some of you know Rudy, I was Civil Rights Director for a National GI Forum. I come and defend the people that can't defend themselves. City Council, you put yourself in that spot. When they ask her to come up here, she's intimidated. It's hard. It's hard for a person coming into an environment and come in front of y'all to defend her cause. I asked, well, if I can't get a permit for building the house, can I get a permit to re-roof the house? No, you can't. It's on the chopping blocks. Well, again, I ask you, people with common sense, people that has passion in your heart, how can you deny this person to fix her house? She's a hardworking person. How can you deny it? So the real problem now comes to your hands. You all make the final decision where you want to take that house away from her. That's up to you. Thank you, guys.
Anyone else? All right, couple of questions, and I don't know whether this be, then we'll close the public hearing on this. I don't know whether from you or from staff legal. And I don't know, that may be the procedure that once the Board of Appeals or somebody declares that the project needs to be, or the recommendation is for demolition, then that freezes the opportunity for them to get permits to rectify the problem, or when does that stop before then? When they get their notice from the code enforcement, or when do they, the catch-22 they're in, I can understand it, but how much time are we talking about?
Well, typically, once you get the BSB order to demolish, you're not going to shouldn't be able to receive permits to rebuild the house because it can only be demolished at that point.
Okay, so
and there's a long road to get to the point of demolition too.
Well, I understand. I mean, if I'm interpreting this right, and I think this is part of at least my head scratching, is that this thing appears to have started back in 2009.
And there's a case timeline in your packet that you can look at.
Well, I mean, the issues go back to July 16th, 2009. That's when she purchased the house. And then she got permits to close it, and some work was done. Then she got, well, I guess the demolition started in 2011.
That's
She obtained a permit to demolish the house in 2011, May 25th.
That's correct, Mayor. What happened was because the initial structure, the substandard structure that we're talking about today was the primary structure on the residence. Once she had the issue with the contractor and the city recognizing that she was a crime victim, gave her permission to build a new residential structure on the condition that this substandard structure would be demolished. That was the plan the entire time. So she did pull the demolition permit, and they allowed her to begin construction on the new residence so that she could have a place to live. And she did not follow through with the demolition. Therefore, this created a zoning violation because now there's two residential structures on one property. So the plan from the beginning in 2011 was for this structure to be demolished.
Well, therein lies the problem.
Yes, sir.
It's not the fact that she hadn't demolished it, it's the fact that the zoning doesn't allow it, and that wasn't the agreement. You build a new structure, then you tear the old one down. So she's in violation of the original agreement by continuing to pursue this. What's the zoning out there?
She's in violation of both, yeah.
Single-family residential? It's Gardendale, right?
Yes, it's
Gardendale
right
area?
on Williams, right behind Sam's, so everybody can see it every day that you drive by there.
Yes, Gene DeLauro, building official with the Development Services. Current zoning of the property is CN1, commercial neighborhood.
Commercial what?
Commercial neighborhood.
So, I mean, two houses are acceptable in that?
No, they are not. And so what we did, what Development Services tried to do here was to look at the situation that we had, the two structures on one property. When we met with the owner and the representative to try to find a creative way to allow them to reach the goal to have this commercial structure on one part of the property and keep the new residential home on the other. We talked about potentially replatting the property into two properties. We would have a residential home on one lot. We would have the commercial building that they wanted on the front lot. That was a possibility that was discussed with the applicants. There could be some rezoning issues involved with that as well that they would have to take, obviously, through Planning Commission and this body in order to get approved. So we gave them options when we met based on the goals that they wanted for that property, but we never saw any follow-through on those recommendations that staff made to them. So that's where we're at.
That's between 2011 and today.
Yes, sir. I think we met in 2016.
Those meetings occurred back, if you look in your timeline, those meetings occurred back in 2015 due to the first case being presented to the Building Standards Board. There are state guidelines for how much time the Building Standards Board can give a owner to repair. And so in order to try and get her in compliance with that, the Building Standards Board tabled her case several times so that she could meet with Development Services and come up with a plan and come back and tell the board how much time is it going to take to repair the structure and make it a commercial structure so that it would no longer be a zoning violation. And she also had to research how much that was going to cost and whether that was going to be economically feasible for her. So this whole issue was investigated and met with Development Services initially back in 2015, and she went before the Building Standards Board 3 times. And the ultimate decision that they had at that time, because their hands were tied, was we can only give you 90 days to repair, because she never came forth with that detailed plan showing that the project required more than 90 days to repair. And that's what the state law requires in order for the Building Standards Board to give more than 90 days. So they gave her the max amount of time that they were able to based on the limited information that she was presenting, which was just that she wanted to convert it to commercial. They gave her 90 days. They asked her to come back in January of 2016 to show progress. She came back in January 2016, no progress had been made, no work at all had been done. So the Building Standards Board said, we can't amend our order, it's going to stay in place. So that meant that the repairs had to be completed by February of 2016, which never happened. If you look at the timeline, she didn't even pull a permit for the foundation until March of 2016, after the board order that said it had to be repaired. So once the board order says repair by February, and then if you don't comply, the city's authorized to demolish. So the board, Building Standards Board, gave her as much time as they could and tried to work with her back in 2015. And then we kind of did the same thing all over again in 2018. The first time it came to the board, it was tabled to allow her to meet with Development Services once again to get that detailed plan and to be able to come back and tell the Building Standards Board what her timeline was and what her detailed plans were for construction of that building. And she never came forth with those plans. And so a lot of the members on the Building Standards Board were the same members that were there back in 2015. They were not going to continue to table this for 3 more meetings like they did the first time. So they just went ahead and, I mean, at that point, a lot of time has passed. Time is showing no repairs are being made. There's no plan. They ordered it to be demolished.
All right. Mr. Ortiz, when did you apply for the permits?
Last year.
Did you bring a set of plans that you had to submit to the permit office?
Ms.
You've got
Ortiz,
the plans?
can you speak into the microphone? Yeah, we need to record your comments for the record.
Just let me insert this for you, Mayor. The issue between 2016 when she pulled the permit to fix the foundation was a matter of financing because they had just built a house in the back. How many square feet is the house in the back?
About 1,200.
1,200 square feet, stucco facility.
Yes, sir. If you want me to bring a set of plans tomorrow, I can bring them tomorrow. It's ready to go.
Can I comment on some of the comments that the city staff made?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm trying to be fair, so I mean, I may not be going
Well, some of those aren't
the
true.
proper protocol, but I want to be
I've
fair
got
and
dates
hear
here.
both sides. But we've got the dates in front of us. If you've got some questions about the dates being inaccurate, please say so.
She mentioned that no progress was made, but the foundation was completed, and there was a city inspector gone out and gave us the certificate on the foundation.
No progress was made as of January 2016. The foundation was not completed until September 2016, which the repairs were supposed to be completed by February of 2016.
Why did they give us permits?
The truth is, the Development Services staff was not aware that you had two structures on the property. They issued you a general permit to repair based on the fact they thought you were repairing the foundation on the new structure.
We met with Mr. DeLauro on 9th of 2015. After a lengthy meeting with this group, a determination of approval was granted to be able to transform the appeal building into a rental property along with the residents on the same lot without any replatting required. I've got paperwork right here by Ms. Garza saying the substandard building on structure can reasonably be repaired by the owner. Compliance with this code is checked off.
I think what they're asking, and I'll close with this, Mayor, is that I know there's been delays, there's been frustrations. I think that the board has overextended their good gestures and timing and being cooperative and maybe overly cooperative. I give you all credit for that. I really do. It was just the financing that was the hiccup. That was the big hang up. Where do I live? So she invested all of it in the back so she can live on the property. And now that they were ready to execute with Mr. Ortiz with the plans that are ready, he came to pull a permit, couldn't pull it. Financing is still there. Engineer is still there. Plans are there. Finances are there. And that's why we're here today. They're asking for that last one-shot opportunity. And if you give them a deadline, we'll have to bring in a wrecking ball if they don't meet your deadline. Because it does say at the bottom of the page the options. I know that they're saying about outside the timelines, but also in this appeal, it gives the council opportunities to amend or modify or to uphold their decision, whichever y'all desire. We're just saying, we're letting you know where they're at now. If we've if both parties have come this far with being overly generous, and these guys being persistent and working very hard to save every penny to get the engineer, the designer, the finances and everything in place to have it redone, and I've already invested $10,000. It's up to you. Do we tear it down and just, I mean, it's up to you.
So
there we go. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
If the council would give some consideration.
Yes, sir.
To Mr. Ortiz saying he's got the plans.
Yes, sir.
The slab work's already been done.
Yes, sir.
It's a wood frame house. Is it not? It's going to be a wood frame house?
Correct. It's currently a wood frame house.
Well, that's what I mean. You're going on a pier and beam. You're not going on a concrete slab from
Correct.
what I see in the pictures.
Correct.
Square footage is 1,000 feet?
894 square
How many?
feet. 894 square feet.
Would you be amenable to saying if you don't have it, if you can't have this house completed in 90 days, the wrecking ball's coming and you waive your appeal to any further appeals? Or you waive your right to any further appeals?
90 days or?
I was going to say you've got all the work done. It shouldn't take 90 days to nail up a frame and put a roof on.
That's correct. You're correct, Mayor.
Is that a legal option for us to consider? I mean,
But point of clarification on your legal options. So this appeal is based on error. So what you're hearing today, or you make your decision based on what's happened on the past and whether or not the Building Standards Board made an error in their decision. So the fact that the appellant is coming forward today and saying today that she has a plan for repairs and a timeline for repairs is actually too late, because that's new information. Your decision is based on all of the information that was provided to the Building Standards Board. So, and whether or not, and my part of the presentation that I'll be getting up in a few minutes goes over the legal requirements and what you're to consider and what the appellant's burden is.
Yeah, so there's one more presentation from staff.
And Mayor, we aren't here to point fingers that the board made a bad decision. But this was the appeal process, and today was the day that the appeal process was set for. So the new information couldn't be brought. It had to be brought to the appeal portion of the process. And this is where the buck stops.
When we were told to go get permission to go get a business plan and pull permits in September of 18, when we went to get the permits, we were told by the board, the development board, that you would have to replat that property. That's why Mr. Ortiz also tried to get permits. That's why they denied, because they're coming back and saying now that you'd have to replat the property. When, once again, I'm repeating myself, initially, we were given permission to have 2 buildings on the same lot.
Ms. Aguilar, is this?
Same lot.
We've already heard the appellant's oral presentation,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So, sir, at this point, it's time to hear from,
It's not true.
but we still have we're lacking one more presentation from city staff. That's what we're wanting to hear next. That's what's in order next.
okay. All right, so
I got a letter from Mr.
city staff response.
Who was the
All right, okay,
that said it was up to code.
okay, the city staff gets a
That's when the
response,
case
so
was
let's hear that now.
The case was closed once before because they come back and said it was up to par.
All right, well, we'll listen to her response now.
Do you have my PowerPoint ready? Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name's Yvette Aguilar, and I'm an Assistant City Attorney for the City of Corpus Christi. I'm the Legal Advisor for the Code Enforcement Division of the Police Department. So today you have the arduous task of determining whether to uphold, reverse, or modify the order of the Building Standards Board as it relates to the structures located at 5029 Williams Drive. Fortunately, there are some relevant laws that can provide you with guidance, and I've passed those out to you for your consideration. Your first question is probably, what is the basis for an appeal? Section 1324A of the Code of Ordinances tells you that the decision must be erroneous or would cause an undue hardship. So that's what you're here to determine today. Was the board's decision erroneous, or will it cause an undue hardship? Who has the burden of proof? The appellant has the burden to prove that the board's decision was erroneous or would cause undue hardship. Further, the error must be alleged specifically in the appeal. Now, when we apply the facts of this case to the law, we need a review. Has the appellant alleged and shown that the board's decision is erroneous? The appellant has not alleged any procedural error on part of the Building Standards Board in the appeal. Appellant alleges that development services staff, code enforcement staff, and appellant as well made errors regarding the substandard structure on the property after the board's initial order to repair or demolish the substandard structure issued on November 19, 2015. City staff agrees that there were statements made by staff which conflicted with the board's order of November 19, 2015. For this reason, a new case was started in 2018, and the appellant was given another opportunity to bring the property into compliance, which she failed to do. All of the errors alleged by the appellant all occurred prior to the 2018 case. The second thing you have to consider is whether the appellant alleged and showed that the board's decision would cause undue hardship. Undue hardship is not defined in our code, and it's not defined in state law. But fortunately, we do have some Texas case law that has identified circumstances which do not constitute undue hardship or unnecessary hardship. And pursuant to Texas case law, undue hardship does not include property that cannot be used for its highest or best use, financial or economic hardship, self-created hardship, or that the development objectives of the property owner are or will be frustrated. Appellant is basically alleging that she has a financial hardship which does not constitute an undue or unnecessary hardship according to Texas case law. Moreover, the hardship is a self-created hardship. Appellant's current situation was caused by the appellant when she agreed to demolish this structure back in 2011, pulled a permit to demolish, and then failed to demolish the structure. The financial loss that she may experience due to the repairs on the foundation were done so at her own risk because she didn't even pull that permit until after February 2016, which was her deadline to have the repairs done. So any repairs she made after February of 2016, she did so at her own risk, knowing that the structure was ordered to be demolished if it wasn't repaired in time. Now, there is opportunity for you to modify the board's order, but the conditions are that the appellant has to allege and show that the enforcement of the board's order or any provision of the code would be manifestly unjust and contrary to the spirit and the purpose of the code, the IPMC, or the public interest. The appellant hasn't alleged that enforcement of the board's order or any provisions of the code would be manifestly unjust and contrary to the spirit and the purpose of the code, the IPMC, or the public interest. Therefore, this issue is not before you. So in review, has the appellant alleged and shown that the board's decision is erroneous? No. Has the appellant alleged and shown that the board's decision would cause an undue hardship? No. Has appellant alleged and shown that enforcement of the board's order or any provisions of the code would be manifestly unjust and contrary to the code, the IPMC, or the public interest? No. So what is the final action that you should take? What if the appellant fails to meet this burden? Then you can decide to deny the appeal, which thereby upholds the board's order. The history of this property tells a story. It's a story of unkept promises, inaction, and neglect. Over the course of several years, though having much time, the appellant has never established a detailed plan of action for this property, an estimate of the cost to bring the property into the compliance, a length of time for which it would take to complete the project. We can't keep relying on the word of someone who has consistently failed to keep her word. She hasn't met her burden today, and Mayor and Council, I ask you to uphold the Building Standards Board's order to demolish. I stand by for any questions.
Mr. Roy?
I have a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
For you, and then I have some questions for the other party. So you stated that pursuant to Texas case law that undue hardship does not include.
Correct.
And you gave the list. What does it include? I understand what it doesn't include because you listed that, but what makes an undue hardship according to the statute?
Well, there is no Texas statute that says undue hardship is these three things. The only guidance that we have is the case law that tells you what it is not. And so,
But it doesn't say what it is.
no.
So
But
you don't
the
have
only
an
thing-
example based on the past in terms of what is undue hardship.
No, I do know that in certain, I know Mr. Garza's been on the Zoning Board of Adjustment, I believe, and so in certain cases, it could be an irregular shape of a property. If you try to force compliance with certain city ordinances, but that is almost impossible due to a shape of a property, that can constitute an undue hardship. I've seen case law on that in the past, but I don't think the issue before you and what's been presented in the appeal is that simply this is just a financial hardship, and it's clear in the case law that financial hardship does not qualify as a hardship.
Okay. So my question for the owner of the property, you say that, okay, now financing is in place. What type of financing? Is there cash on hand? Is there proof of cash on hand? How can this project be completed now?
There is cash on hand. Also been, during this time, solely buying material with hope of plywood, 2x4s, hard paper.
And so the contractor here, what is he saying is the estimated cost? I mean, do you have, it seems like you showed up here, but you don't have anything showing your financing, what's the estimated cost and all of those things so even if, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but
You
even
have the
if,
contractor here. You can ask me how much it would cost.
okay, I'm asking you.
Okay, about $75,000 to get it up to par. All it is going to be an office, since we're going to have to rezone it from commercial up front, right? That's what their city's asking. So we're going to have to change our deals now from residential to commercial, which is honestly cheaper because you don't have to put a kitchen and all that kind of stuff.
And
So
she has $75,000 on hand to be able to pay for this?
that's something you would have to ask her.
Okay, you said I could ask you.
Well, for
You have-
construction, not for finance.
You have $75,000 on hand right now?
Very close to it.
Thank you.
Mr. Garza?
Nicely done. First question I've got, and I wasn't on the Building Standards Board, the Building Board of
BBA.
Adjustments, I was on the Building Standards Board,
Oh, okay.
which is the board that made the recommendation to demolish and heard the case several times. First question I've got, first off, is for our building official, Mr. DeLauro. Gene?
Yes.
The property right now is zoned CN, so
It is.
the front building would have to be used for commercial. You cannot use it for residential, or it would be non-conforming.
Correct.
Correct. What are the rules related to the new house being utilized in its current fashion?
So the rear home obviously is a single-family residence, and it's my understanding that they want to keep it that way. So we've got a CN1 lot. If we replat it into two lots, potentially keep the C1 zoning on the front of that property, rezone that back lot to a single-family zoning designation that would accommodate that single family, that's an option. However, what we're talking about here has to be, as you know, it has to go through a number of boards.
Okay.
It has to all be approved. And what we're providing, what we did provide was the options out there, and if they want to pursue them, then these are the actions that we would need to take. But that front building, as I understand it, they want to change that from its former residential use to a commercial use, which would require a fair amount of upgrade, including accessibility, including parking requirement. I mean, it's going to take a bit, to take that 900 square foot wood structure and turn that into a commercial office, neighborhood office building, frankly. So it's not taking a house and remodeling it into a house. We're going to be taking this frame and having to reconstruct it into a small commercial building.
My first feeling is that and I wouldn't want to recommend that anyone approve taking some action that is going to take more money out of the pocket of the applicant and not be able to reach the goal line, which would be, in my opinion, first off, what's the spirit of the code and the job that code enforcement has? And that is to make sure that the public is protected. That if you've got substandard structures and they pose a risk or danger to the public, that there's some action taken so that those structures can either be fixed or demolished, so that they don't, so you take away that risk. In this particular case, in other words, I'm not saying no one did anything wrong. I'm just saying in your list of arguments, the last thing that I saw was just the spirit of the code, right? And the spirit of the code is, and the spirit of the job that we did on the Building Standards Board, and what we try to do here is we try to do and take action that's in the public's interest. Now, in this particular case, I'm trying to weigh both, what's in the public's interest and then what's fair to the appellant. The big issue here is that I don't believe in 90 days that you could get all the action that you're required to take in order. You've got the front portion zoned already. You'd have to get the replatting. What is the time period for the replat?
You know, best case, it would be a 90-day window to get that property replatted. The zoning would take equal amount of time, assuming we would run them on parallel tracks at the same time.
Now, second question, what's your feeling about the building right now? Taking away all the history, the case was presented perfectly. The Building Standards Board, I think, did its job in trying to be as, I guess, understanding and lenient and extending purpose. The efforts that they made in fixing the foundation, in your opinion, do you believe that building right now poses a danger or risk to the safety of the public? Right now, if we set hard 90 days, do you think that building will be?
The building's currently secured, so I don't believe it to be a threat to public safety right now. I think the condition of the building, my professional opinion, and I have a very high threshold for demolitions, is that most buildings can be rehabbed. It's just a matter of economics. Do you want to put that kind of money into this building to turn it into a commercial office building?
I'm of the same opinion you are. Most buildings have the opportunity or the potential to be rehabbed, and you do what you can. Mm-hmm. But sometimes you weigh out what the investment's going to be, and then you have to weigh the capacity of the applicant or the appellant to be able to actually set aside the resources to be able to achieve a reasonable timeline in order to be able to do that. Okay.
Just briefly in response to your question about the spirit of the law, I think also it's a balancing act of applying the spirit of the law and also complying with the timeline requirements of the law. So we do have specific timelines in the local government code. It's your last handout that I gave you, and it's highlighted in yellow. So this is what the Building Standards Board is confined to when they're making a decision about how much time they can give an applicant to make repairs, and this is what you're also confined to because this is regarding a substandard structure. And so there are specific requirements in order to one, even give 90 days or to give more than 90 days, and this is where the appellant has consistently failed, and even today has failed to come forward with a detailed plan saying how much time it's going to be, take to fix. Granted, even if she had come forward, it's not something that should be considered because this appeal is based on error. Did the board make an error? So this is, balancing what the interest of justice is and the scope of the intent of the code. Yes, we want to protect the safety of the public and, work with people and give them time, but we need to give them time, the time frame that the law allows us, and that's what the board tried to do, and they've done that on 2 occasions. And we're here, it's September 2019. The board made their decision in November of 2018. So we're almost a year after the board's decision, and almost a year later, 10 months later, there's still no detailed plan. So I'm telling what I'm asking you to realize, and I think what the board finally realized, is the history of the property is telling the story. And the story is that there's no action on the part of the appellant to show that she can meet what's required by state law to get this property repaired. It would be great if she could do that, and the board gave her every opportunity to do that. And it's the city staff's recommendation that the board didn't make an error. They gave as much time as they feasibly could, and so for that reason, we're asking you to uphold the board's order.
All right, Mr. Hernandez.
Thank you. And quick question. As I understand, she doesn't speak English that well. Is that correct? Somewhat? Okay.
We have a translator here, though, if
No, the question is specific. Was the Building Standards Board aware of that?
Yes, they were made aware of that each time Mr. Esparza came with her and said that he would be speaking on her behalf because she didn't feel like she spoke English well enough. But Ms. Garza's communicated with her and spoken with her in English. I think she just didn't feel comfortable being the one that communicated in front of the board because she feels more comfortable in Spanish, but they were aware.
Okay. Were any communications sent in Spanish?
No, the communications were sent, the required legal communications prior to taking a case to the board were sent in English.
Okay. Okay. And I'm sorry, I don't have this, I didn't write it down, but when the permit was allowed for the foundation, what was the date on that?
The permit for foundation was allowed on March the 8th, 2016, and it was a general repair, residential repair. So the foundation work that was done was not a foundation for a commercial property, it was a residential. It's in your packet because it was presented to the board. The actual certificate for the foundation is for a residential foundation, not a commercial foundation.
Is there much difference between the foundation for a commercial building if it's the same building?
No, the foundation requirements are going to be based on the loads of the
that
building.
point doesn't matter. Okay. So Hurricane Harvey, would you consider that a hardship?
I mean, what about it?
I'm just question. If the fact that it came into, or would you consider it a hardship?
I don't consider it a hardship. The issue here is every day this property is in a zoning violation. Every day that structure continues to exist on there is a zoning violation. And so to me, the hardship that is created is a self-created one because she came in and she said, let me have a place to live. And the city said, okay, we'll let you do that, but you need to demolish the structure. So the only hardship that she has on this property was created because she didn't keep her word and she didn't demolish this structure like she was supposed to. It was intended to be a residential structure. She was taken advantage of by a contractor. She came into development services and they helped her out and they said, okay, we'll allow you to begin construction so that you can have a place to live. So no, I don't think that the fact that a hurricane came and that she had to put money into her new home, she paid cash for that home. It's not on a mortgage. So this structure, additional structure, is just an additional expense to her on the property to fix it, and one that she doesn't need. She doesn't need it to live. I mean, it's just an eyesore sitting there, and obviously it's not something that they care to put a lot of effort in. It sat there for 3 years. I mean, we're 2019.
Well, and mind you, whenever this first came up, I Googled the property, and the reason, and then when I Googled it, I was surprised because I drive by it all the time, and I'd never noticed it as being something dilapidated or an eyesore. And the reason I drive by it is I'm a Sam's Club member and I enjoy shopping there.
Me too.
Okay, so I drive by it all the time, and I'd never noticed it to be something of an eyesore. It is, and then when I looked at Google Maps, and saw the picture of it, and I wanted to see it prior to somebody bringing pictures here. And the picture that Google has is April 2019, without, I guess, they wouldn't be expecting council to be looking at that specifically. And, you know, it does have some wear and tear. The roof doesn't look like it's in great condition, but the property's maintained. I've seen worse properties driving just around here. I can think of one on Bonita that is in worse condition. You know, the fact that there was a certain amount of investment that they put into it with the foundation. You know, I haven't seen any plans, or I don't. You know, there's some zoning issues. I don't think it can be done in 90 days. You have to go through that whole process beforehand. But you know, in terms of, you know, how it is to the community, it seems kind of odd that, you know, like I said, I drive by it all the time, and I don't see that as being a negative to the community. And it's not to say that you guys didn't follow all the rules and regulations, and there's some communication issues here, and there's some bad situation all the way around. But okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Mr. DeLauro, will this house have to be brought up to current code?
Yes, if it's going to remain a commercial office structure,
Okay.
yes, it would have to be brought up to current code.
So I'm just looking in there. It's got no sheeting on it. It's got no shear on it. It's got no headers in it. I'm seeing structural failures in there, a lot of rot, scab joist on the floors. You're going to have more money fixing this thing up than a new building. And, you know, the roof is totally dilapidated. It's on one before, so that'll all have to be decked, correct?
Yes, it's going to have to meet windstorm requirements.
You're going to, and so how on this siding on there, there's no moisture barrier in there. They're going to have to peel the siding off and put shear in it?
As I mentioned, it's a matter of economics, whether or not.
Yeah. So the 2x4s will be all that's left, and like I said, you've got no headers, no cripples, and no strapping or anything else.
That is correct. The building will have to be.
If you guys could do it for $75,000, you'll have a $50,000 structure after you finish. Thank you.
Mr. Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. So what would the cost, if we uphold the Building Standards Board's decision, their options after that would be they obviously have to demolish the structure. Does that include the foundation?
It's my understanding that the foundation is not ever demolished whenever houses are demolished due to a building standards board order. So basically, her option would be she would have to demolish the structure within 30 days of the order today. And if she fails to demolish it, then the city can come in and demolish it. She also has the option to appeal this further to district court.
And have you determined what it costs to demolish is? I'm asking you. Joe?
Yeah, it costs about.
You getting your steps in today?
It's going to cost about $50,000 because now you're going to have to get an environmental done, asbestos, mold, all that kind of stuff before you demolish it now. So it's going to cost more to demolish it than to repair it.
All right, well, okay. Any of the that pretty much did it for me. $50,000 to demolish, $75,000 to build it. You're going to have a $200,000 house in here, and I think we're doing you a favor to uphold the building code of appeals personally. Demolish it and start over.
Yeah.
Just, sorry, one more clarification. If she removes it from the property, that would qualify with the board's order too. So it needs to be demolished or removed from the property, but removal has to be outside of the city limits. I don't know where if she'd be able to find somewhere that she can put it if she wants to do that, but it needs to be demolished or removed from the property.
Okay, so our option is to, and getting back to our original instruction, which I'm not really sure we understood at the first, is we're not here, well, I think all of us are sympathetic with her. What we're here to determine is, did the board make a mistake in their procedure?
Yes, sir.
To get to the order to demolish.
Yes, sir.
And to my knowledge, at least I haven't been convinced they made an error. There were some delays. I think there was an overexpression, not an overexpression, an abundant expression of sympathy to try to work with her to achieve the goal that she was looking for. But the question that you're asking is, did the board make a factual error in getting to the recommendation that's before us, and that is to uphold their recommendation to demolish?
Yes, sir.
And I've not seen any presentation of any errors that would prevent me from upholding. And even the 90-day thing we're talking about, that I mean, even down in here, 30 days is part of that provision, which there's no way they could meet that in 30 days. So, is there a motion, or just a motion for approval of this the Building Standards Board recommendation of, I guess one would be to deny the appeal, which means we uphold it.
That yes, you can deny the appeal, thereby upholding the Building Standards Board order to demolish.
Or is there an addition, is there anybody make a motion for the deny of the appeal?
So move.
All right, there's a motion to deny the appeal, which means to uphold the Building Standards Board. Is there a second? I'll second it. Okay. There's a motion and a second. And does this take a majority vote or a supermajority vote?
It's a majority vote, Mayor. Yeah, there's a
Majority vote.
resolution in your packet so it's a motion to approve a resolution denying the board's appeal.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, the appellant's appeal.
So an aye vote is to deny the appeal and uphold the board.
Right.
All right. Any other discussion? There's a motion and a second. All right, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. So for passage of the motion to deny the appeal, the resolution denying the appeal, Mayor McComb?
Aye.
Council members Roy?
Aye.
Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Garza?
No.
Guajardo? Hernandez?
No.
Hunter? Hunter's absent. Molina? Also absent. There's 5, so, are you?
All right, the motion passes?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes to deny the appeal and uphold the building standards. And from what I'm understanding, if you can get the old structure down, you've still got your slab in place, you come back and build you a new building on that slab, which may, I think, I just was in Houston. Huh?
They're piers.
The piers, you can build on that. They're not destroyed. I mean, I just was up in Houston last weekend tearing up a house that went through some floods, and we did a lot of damage in 4 or 5 hours, and it cost me we didn't expend $50,000. So you might be able to get by cleaning it down to your piers and starting over if you've got a set of plans. That's just something to look at. But it's a tough decision for us because we've got the emotional side. We want to try to help people, but at the same time, we've got to have a legal side. That's enough, sir. This is not your house, so thank you. But
I don't have a problem being under oath, sir.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
close that. Thank you very much for your help.
You're very welcome.
We'll go back to the
got more?
council agenda. Not much more, I don't think. We'll reconvene the council meeting. There's no executive session. And if anybody doesn't have any future agenda items, speak. If you have some, speak now, forever hold your peace.
Mayor, I have some future agenda items.
Come on.
Come on, I did it just to get to you.
He's looking for friends at CCISD.
All right. All right.
Actually, I have a few good friends on CCID. Not 7. Not 7.
Okay, Gil.
Okay.
Gil wants reserve parking at Carroll High School. Okay, go ahead.
Couple of things. I know I haven't seen anything on the Schlitterbahn 380 agreement and where the status of that is. I know there's some issues there. I'd like to see that. Miles?
He's busy.
status of the Schlitterbahn 380 agreement, where we are with that. Also, I didn't see it on next week's agenda, but I'm assuming it's going to be in October, the Maximo status update.
What update did you say? The
Schlitterbahn 380 agreement.
And
okay, Maximo status update. But I want to know the status of the 380 agreement.
Yeah, well,
I think it needs to be discussed. The mayor the city manager had mentioned quarterly meetings with the Port Commission. We want to also make sure that we schedule the same types with the RTA board. Also want to take a look at the option of possibly looking at purchasing the property that we had talked about next to the Ibarra property in front of the runway, so that it does not get developed. And then also like status on the Holly water tower and when it will be completed and up in operation. Thank you.
All right, the question on these agenda items, I mean, if you can get us an answer in a memo form, that's fine with me. Do you need a majority of council to bring them for us as an agenda item, or do you just need a memo response kind of deal? I mean, I don't, and maybe the majority of the council does, but I don't necessarily think we need, personally, which is probably not a bad idea, okay, but just the updates, I think, if you can do it at a memo reason, I think that would help a lot.
Mayor, in the absence of a majority or of at least 4 council members requesting an item be discussed, the staff would be normally bringing back a memo on an item, on a status item.
Okay, so understanding the reason for future agenda items, if it's the point that we just need to get 4 council members to agree to something, then let's just do that and not even bother to do this. I mean, because I'm identifying some items I'd like to talk about, but if it's something that we need 4 council members on, then why are we even doing this?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, I'm assuming silence is consent unless there's some question. I mean, I mean, if you got to have a vote every time, well, then I don't know. But I mean, normally if you ask something and nobody has any problem with it, that's kind of conferred consent if nobody argues with it. But I mean, if you can answer them in an agenda, I'm just thinking of time. But I don't know. Let's think about that.
I would like.
I don't remember all the 4 items now. Just send a copy to the council.
They had asked specifically.
What specifically did you want to have a presentation to the council?
We've had a Maximo status update report, and we've had one in the past. I think which we need to understand where we are in
Peter Collins and his computers? No.
Kind of, it's
he's managing the process.
Facility type departments, vehicles.
Yeah, well, that was.
Well, I
mean, when is that scheduled? Was that a normal scheduling issue, or is that?
The last time it was a memo brief. The last time it was in the form of a memo.
Actually, it was a council presentation.
Was it?
It was a council presentation.
Well, Holly doesn't remember that.
Anyway, check with Peter. And I mean, that doesn't matter to me as long as we get the information. If you want to make a presentation, or if he gets a memo to it, just so we know we're working. Because really, with October 1 coming up, the clock's going to start ticking faster and faster to make sure that computer's jam up and jelly tight and running right.
Yeah.
Because that water billing better be right and accurate. And he's going to be under the microscope.
Mayor, and I mean, to your point, in terms of, in general, future items, I mean, Mr. Zanoni, I think I would rely on you to say this can and should be a memo, and this can and should be a presentation. If we all sat up here and gave 4 items every week, we are back to 10 p.m. meetings. And I know you are about efficiency, and I think some things, and Councilman Hernandez, I don't think it isn't a bad thing that you're asking, but I think some things can be just asked and answered in memo form. And some things I think we leave it to the profession of Mr. Zanoni to say this needs to be a presentation. But I don't believe it's efficient of anyone's time to present everything as an agenda item. For me, I would leave it in your professional opinion and suggestion or recommendation to present it via email, memo, or presentation based on what you think is best.
Yeah, I would agree that there's some aspect to that, but obviously the RTA review of appointments wouldn't be one of those, so there would have to be some. Well, I understand your point, but there are a few things that need to be presented, and some things sometimes need to have some sunshine showed on them just to see where they are on that.
Okay.
Unless we had 4 council members put it on the agenda.
Give us a memo update, or if you think it requires a presentation, we'll leave that to you. How's that?
Okay, that sounds fine.
Okay, anything else? If not, and we do have, I believe, reconfirmed, because I'd forgotten. Normally, we wouldn't have a meeting next week, but we will because of the change to meet the TML attendance thing. So next Tuesday, October the 1st?
October the 1st, yes.
October 1st, we will have a council meeting.
We will have a council meeting.
Normal time.
Same time, normal time. The agenda material's out already.
Yeah, we already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else? If not, I think the meeting today was a good meeting, and hopefully this will launch us in really to looking at the issue of homeless and well, that issue got more attention today, totally unrelated to the subject we were dealing with, than it's gotten in the past, and with the commitment that the budget goes into effect October 1, and we can really get serious about it. I think all of us, nobody can question our compassion and interest in trying to help people, but we want to do it the right way and address the issue. So I think today was a good send-off for October the 1st. If there's nothing else, meeting's adjourned.